I have 6:01. I am resuming the August 20th, 2024 Village Board meeting. We'll start with the pledge. Trustee Shomas, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before roll call?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tracy, roll call, please.
President Conan?
Here.
Trustee Herron?
Here.
Trustee Bunny?
I can't hear you. Me?
Oh, yeah, Trustee Bunny.
Here.
Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Trustee Michaels?
Here.
Trustee White?
Here.
Trustee Lindy?
Here. We have a quorum this evening. Thank you, everyone.
If everybody could just make sure when you're speaking that you speak into the microphone and if you can kind of hear yourself echo a little bit, both for those people that are in the room, and then we are streaming this on YouTube, and if you're not caught on the mic, it's very difficult to hear online. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to pick up kind of where we left off. So we're on discussion, item 13 on the agenda, discussion number 2. Under the item B, the I-88 Illinois 47 TIF redevelopment agreement. One of the things that came up last night was, two nights ago, was that we asked EEI to join us in the room. So we've invited Michelle Petrowski in and back to have and answer any questions for our board. Just for fairness sake within our trustees, I would like to start this discussion back on this end of the room, on this end of the dais. So Trustee Shomas, if you have any questions, I would like to start with you this evening.
Come back to me.
Come back to you.
We'll see where things are going.
Okay. Does anyone down here before I move back down to the other side? Trustee Bonnie, do you have anything to add on this? I don't mean to catch you off guard.
No, you're okay. Where we're starting off from is the TIF eligibility as it pertains to the watershed. That's where we left off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question is that there's these two different types of reports that were produced. One, the question stands as the watershed and how that pertains to it being one of the classifiers for the TIF. So can you, Michelle, I guess I'll start with you. Can you please kind of explain to us the EI study and how that was done so we're a little bit more aware of the eligibility for it, please?
Sure. I was asked a very specific question, which was, and it's directly quoted from the TIF statute. Does this property, does surface water that discharges from all or part of the area and contributes to flooding within the same watershed? That was the question I was asked, and indeed, it does contribute to flooding downstream. I was not asked to study how much, where, locations. That was beyond the scope of this study. It was a very pointed, directed question.
And to be clear, that's the minimum burden of standard to justify the qualification as it's written in the statute.
I'm not a TIF consultant, so I don't state that its intent, but it is a qualification of the definition of what would qualify in the TIF ordinance.
Okay.
So it's not my, I'm not showing any intent, I'm just stating the facts.
Well, and the statute itself does not have a qualifier meeting by a certain percentage. It just says it has to meet. And so the question that was asked of you is, does it meet to downstream flooding within the watershed?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle.
Has EEI conducted these studies in the past for any other place? I mean, is your company, EEI, have they done these studies in the past, or have they answered around the same questions in the past?
We have done several stormwater studies in the past, yes. We have participated in other TIF-related studies as it, does this contribute to flooding, or does it? Yes, we have.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Shomas, before I swing the other direction?
Go ahead.
Okay, back down to you guys. Unless, I'm sorry, Trustee Heron, did you want to?
How do you come to a yes conclusion? To say yeah, like what part of that study? Because you said you didn't go to a specific area, specific amount, but what is it that made you say yes? Made you able to say yes to that study or to that on that report?
Sure. There are FEMA maps there. There are there's the FEMA maps, which is Federal Emergency Management. And so through those maps, they show 100-year and 500-year flooding. Those areas alone are considered moderate to low to moderate risk of flooding. So it is very apparent by looking just at those maps that you can tell that there's flooding in the Blackberry Creek watershed.
So based off of historical maps? Okay.
Correct.
I'm just trying to simplify. Okay.
Okay. Heidi, or, yeah? No? Thank you.
So the Blackberry Creek watershed is fairly extensive, correct? It's not just in this property. It's a large portion of of our area,
Yes, that is correct.
okay? You had mentioned in here, in your report, that the construction of, that future development in the proposed TIF district could result in additional downstream flooding with detrimental effects, correct? So it would have to have see if I understand what you're saying, that if there is development in there where you're putting in a lot of pavement and impervious areas, that it would contribute more to it, so they would have to do even more mitigation of that.
That is correct. And part of what our report also stated is, yes, it does contribute to flooding, but if you look at the TIF statute, they are required, the redevelopment project provides for facilities or improvements to contribute to the alleviation of all or part of the flooding. That comes at a later stage. The initial part is just, does it contribute to downstream flooding? And that was what I focused on.
No, I understand that was your point. And it could be that just a tiny portion of it contributes to it. You didn't portion out how much of it contributes.
Correct. It says all or part of the area, but the whole area contributes to
Okay.
the downstream flooding.
Just one more question, could, as it stands today, as the agriculture, the only area that does not contribute to the downstream flooding is the area that is around the tollway, which had mitigation, I apologize, detention, retention, I forgot which it is, put in, correct?
That is correct. We removed that from the study, or we did not acknowledge that portion of it as contributing.
Correct. So if we were concerned that this is causing a great harm by the adding to the flooding of the Blackberry Creek watershed, is it detention ponds or is it retention ponds? I apologize.
I'd have to look, but it's probably a combination of both if I
Okay.
had to guess.
All right, I didn't, okay. Could we achieve that by just a few of those detentions and retention ponds?
This level of study didn't go into that
Okay.
level of detail.
So, okay, nope, that's fair.
Okay, Trustee White?
Okay, Michelle, thank you for coming out. Kind of piggybacking on that last question, we have to, the developer has to follow the Kane County Stormwater Management Ordinance, correct?
That is correct.
And does that mitigate the effects of the water flowing off the property as it relates to not just the property, but also downstream flooding?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I think one of the things that Trustee Lendy asked us to do was make sure we go through the TIF Act. And I know that it's very important to you about what it says is the intent of it, right?
Yep.
So I did that quite extensively, thank you. I start with the Merriam-Webster definition of blight, and it just simply says a deteriorated condition. But the Illinois legislature does define it differently, okay? It used to mean, when they originally enacted the TIF Act, blight meant, at least the specific area that we're talking about, that the one reference point, that one factor, it meant the area prior to its designation is subject to chronic flooding which adversely impacts on real property in the area, and such flooding is substantially caused by one or more improvements in or in proximity to the area, which improvements have been in existence for at least 5 years. So it really, that very similar to the definition of blight as deteriorated condition, had to be there 5 years at least, and it has to contribute to it, right? In 1999, language was changed. The area prior to its designation is subject to chronic flooding that adversely impacts on real property in the area as certified by a registered professional engineer or appropriate regulatory agency. So again, we're still talking about flooding in the area. So it removed the requirement that the flooding be caused by improvements in or in proximity to the area, okay? And I actually went to the Senate transcripts, and it said that the reason for the change was to make it more usable. That's what the senator said, okay? And then in 2003, definition of blight was again amended. And it was described during the Senate debate to specifically allow for the formation of a TIF district to help with flooding, let's say in Area B, due to a runoff from Area A. And so, that was the actual, when the reason for the amendment was questioned, that's what the senator said. It's to allow for a TIF in Area A to alleviate flooding in Area B. And so now it gives us a second, not just chronic flooding in the area, but gives us a second. Surface water discharges from all or a part of the area and contributes to flooding within the same watershed. Here it'd be the Blackberry Creek watershed, but only if the redevelopment project provides for facilities or improvements to contribute to alleviation. So you were, and I respect that you were concerned about it meeting the legislative intent and that we weren't doing like an end around or going through a loophole. But the legislature specifically changed the language to specifically allow this.
Now, if I can answer you?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm also looking at is paragraph 1174.42, where it kind of describes the blighted area. And it says, and part of it is hereby found and declared that in order to promote and protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public, that the blighted conditions need to be eradicated and conservation measures instituted, and that the redevelopment of such areas be undertaken. And that to remove and alleviate the adverse conditions, it is necessary to encourage the private investment and restore and enhance the tax base of the taxing district. So what I read that as, okay, this is not hindering the health, safety, morals, or welfare of the public.
No, it's actually helping it.
That's right. That's
No,
what I hear.
the flooding, the existing condition is not, the farmland is not something that we need to protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public. And so I don't think it's blighted in that aspect. We do not say that there's this huge problem that's been going on ever since the property's been there, that we have to have a TIF to alleviate this problem, because where it says that it's to remove and alleviate adverse conditions, that's why you put the TIF in. Why haven't anybody complained about this before, this the flooding of the watershed? Maybe it's because all the other farmland does it, and it's just part of Illinois. If we were to grant a TIF for every vacant piece of farmland, we would be Illinois is full of farmland. And the whole state could be eligible just about for a TIF. Using this very narrow way of getting money for a developer to develop, the main reason they should be developing should be to correct the adverse condition, to alleviate the adverse condition. I say we haven't needed to alleviate that adverse condition in, I don't know, how long has it been there? Years.
Yeah, it has been, but you're focused on this property. You're not focused, you haven't said, okay, will this alleviate other flooding elsewhere? Because that is what the legislative intent of that amendment was.
I think it's to alleviate a problem.
And you don't think the flooding downstream is a problem?
I think it's something that
Can
we
you
have lived with.
let the board discuss it, please?
I think
We're out
it's
of order.
something that we have dealt
You're
with.
out of order. Let them
as
talk.
most all farmland uphill of a watershed. I mean, our watershed is huge.
It's huge, yeah, 75
Yeah, a
square
lot of
miles.
this property is. And to be able to say, well, it's uphill, so we can get a TIF out of this. When I read through the front part of the TIF, and it talks about blight, and it talks about all the other conditions of blight, when they talk about deteriorated structures, they talk about,
But those are the different qualifiers, Heidi.
yes, but it's in the it's when they are talking about blight. When you look at what they are referring to when they talk about blight, I don't see that this property really qualifies for it, other than, it's uphill and water runs downhill.
And that is the intent of that amendment.
The intent of the amendment is to help, as I believe, is to help alleviate adverse conditions. If it's conditions that's been there forever, and how many people have complained, hey, you guys, we got to do something because this property is flooding into homes and causing all kinds of problems. I haven't heard evidence of that.
That's exactly what's been happening to Cherry Hill for years and years.
And Pressberry. And then you have the historic floods that we've seen. And I would say even in this is from the Watershed Conditions and Assessments report on page 23. It speaks to the flood history in the area and in the watershed. And it dates back, and the last one recorded on here is 97. But I know that it was roughly Brad, you might be able to, I don't know if you can pinpoint the date, but it was roughly 2011, sometime in that time frame. The watershed, the Blackberry Creek, has absolutely flooded in Pressberry. And then it continued to flood down into Cherry Hill, which was why the detention was created at Orchard Valley, was to mitigate water running into Cherry Valley and ultimately flooding those homes. Pressberry experienced in '96 the same conditions. They experienced it over on Blackberry Creek Golf Course to the point where, and Trustee Michaels can correct me if I'm wrong, or Brad, you've been here that long, but it caused severe damage to our sanitary sewer system in that episode. So that was a lot of money spent that we can talk about, village-wide funds, that watershed and Blackberry Creek flooded that out and caused major damage. We don't have a number on what it causes personal property, right? We don't have that number. But I will tell you in 2011, or thereabouts, the same thing happened again. We had extreme water, and it flooded the golf course, it flooded Hankis Road. You could not drive down Hankis Road, you had to bypass through Pressberry to get around Hankis Road. I'm sure somebody remembers that. I don't remember the year exactly, but I know I was living in my home, and I've been there since 2007 in that neighborhood. So sometime in that time frame, the same thing happens. So to what Jamie is saying is when we do get a lot of water, which we do, this absolutely contributes to downstream. And when you develop, so that's part of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, in the way you interpret it, but when you talk about development, creating additional watershed, right, or water runoff, the biggest thing is to control it. So that's why you have all these massive detentions that need to go in. I think the one that's proposed, and you all have the acreage on it, I thought it was a roughly 30 acres of detention on the south side, 30 acres. And if you haven't seen that in person, it is a giant lake, is what it is, to manage the water and release it at certain rates so that you don't have that downstream.
Well, if there wasn't the development, you wouldn't need as large of the detention, because the development would be creating a large problem with the water runoff, because just by the fact that it's not soil absorbing the water, it's pavement and impervious surfaces, you're going to have much larger detention areas for that. So,
But if there wasn't a development, the existing condition would still keep occurring.
so do we go out and every other piece of property that is contributing to it, do we say we need a TIF? Let's put a TIF district around it so that we can put in the detention because it's desperately needed because of this flooding?
No, because we have a developer that's willing to do it now and also bring economic benefit to the city. And so, the TIF, this is not being done for the TIF. This is being done to help develop and entice development to the area. And we're able to then use the TIF to help fund this because of the impact that that property already has on it.
You're not supposed to use a TIF unless it's specifically for the adverse condition, which is the flooding, which all of the farmland around there contributes to. Because the way I read this is that to alleviate the adverse condition, then it is necessary to encourage the private investment. So you say there is this huge problem, let's do a TIF, and then we can entice development to come to it, and then we can use that so they can help alleviate the flooding. I'm saying this is going in the wrong order. Hey, here's a development, I need help in my infrastructure. Oh, well, yeah, it does contribute to flooding like everything else, we can get a TIF, and so that's a way to pay for it.
But are you saying that, with that opinion, are you saying that the intent of a TIF is to build retention and detention ponds?
I think when you're talking about blighted land, and only for the purpose of if it's contributing to the watershed, then yes. I mean, that's how I'm reading this. I mean, it's subsection B on this section, if you want to read it. And no, I'm not an attorney. I'm just a layman reading it. And,
But to your point, and I understand that, and I know she's not here, Kathy Fieldor is our TIF attorney, okay? She was part of creating the act. She knows legally what we're able to do or not able to do. If it didn't meet a legal standard, which is what the TIF has to do, meet the legal threshold. If it didn't meet the legal threshold, it would not be here in front of us. Now, you cannot like it, and you don't have to like the intent of it. It doesn't mean it's not legal to do it. It meets the intent under the one-factor test. That's what it does do. And I understand.
well, I understand it meets because, you could have, 1 square foot of it that is contributing to the watershed flooding. You could say just 1 square foot of it, and the whole 700 and whatever acres would qualify for the TIF according to the way it says it, because it says, or a portion of it, or a part of it, I believe is how it,
Actually, it says it has to have it has to be a meaningful portion
I
up
believe,
above. Anyway, I mean, that's,
the surface water discharged from all or a part of the area and contributes to flooding within the same watershed. So I say that this is a way that you can encourage development. But when you read through blight in the earlier part of it, and you see the promote and protect health and safety and morals and welfare, and then you see stuff like,
Yeah, but don't you think that that's what it does? If you're controlling that release downstream, right, and you are protecting, not maybe on that exact area or the surround, but downstream, you're protecting the health and safety and morals of the downstream properties.
But I think the other thing, though, is that you're using the term blight, but you're not using the definition that the legislature gives blight. You're using the definition that you see as the common meaning of it, which I think is the same one that Merriam-Webster, because it specifically says,
the legislature.
yeah, it says blight.
Yeah.
But then it says blight is when surface water is discharged
That's
onto
one of
other
the,
that's one of the factors.
One of the factors if it does that.
Correct.
Yes, but when you read about how they define blight in other areas,
Mm-hmm.
what is the intent of what blight? What is the intent of a TIF?
Well, and that's what I'm telling you, the transcript from the Senate specifically said, this is to allow a TIF in this area to alleviate flooding in this area.
But
So
that's-
that is, I mean,
That's the
what the
whole state
senator
of
says is
Illinois.
legislative intent.
Yeah, but it's the whole state of Illinois. I mean, you know, we have a lot of farmland. We have a lot of farmland. And water runs downhill and it's going to affect watersheds. So does that just say, hey, everyone can get a TIF?
If it caused flooding, but, you know what, let's move on, because we know
Okay.
that we're not
All right.
going to pass.
We're not making any
I think
headway.
there's-
Go all night, so.
We're not-
It will go all night.
I don't think there's chronic, report of chronic flooding.
I-
And in the Moran study, it only showed a very small percentage of the property flooded. And the area that probably has the greatest ability to flood or cause flooding is the open space where no detention or retention is going to be put in. And it must not be that bad because the person's building a house to the west of that open space. Right now, there's a house going.
But this whole discussion has been flooding off of the site, not on the site.
I know, and I'm saying it can't be
And
that
that's all the
bad,
Moran report looked at, was flooding on site.
but it has to contribute off-site. And again,
They didn't look
if
at
they're putting up a brand-new house in the direct path of this floodway, it must not be that bad that somebody can build a house.
It must not be in the floodway.
It is. You know what I'm talking about? In between Blackberry Woods and Merriam Woods, there's a house going right there.
And it's in the flood zone.
It's the lowest point.
They wouldn't let them build it in the flood.
Yeah.
Please use your mic, Jim.
Yeah, sorry.
So it's in the,
Yeah, they won't let them
well,
build in a flood zone.
somehow they're building there. And that's why I don't know if this is a flood zone. If it's not flooding there, it's not going to flood anywhere else.
Okay.
Anybody else want the mic?
I just wonder if there's any actual proof that they had gone through the right due diligence to build there. I mean, we don't know what that property owner has done, correct? I mean, I'm asking, and I really don't know. So is there any, I mean, to build a house in that area, Sean, you're a builder, so you'll be able to answer this question. Do they need to provide documents from King County Stormwater to build on that property?
Yes.
Yeah. So there was some report that was generated when they were building, and they're not allowed to build in a floodplain, correct? Or are there
Or they can mitigate.
exceptions?
They would have gone through the county building department to get the building permit, and they would have asked the question at that time, what the high water level is and what the height of the foundation is, things like that.
So is there an acceptable level of area that would be that's able to be flooded, that you'll still be able to be built upon?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm not sure the answer to that either. You know, maybe there's a threshold to be built upon. I mean, I know there's other areas out east in, North Carolina, South Carolina that flood, and they allow building on those floodplains. So I'm not sure what the level is. I would like to know the answer to that. As EEI, do you guys know what, there's an actual can you build on floodplains with the threshold that's not?
So I believe that's local policy, but typically, at a minimum, you probably have to be 3 feet above. You have to fill in the floodplain and then compensate that back at a greater, like a 1.5 to 1. So if you fill in 1 foot, then you have to create a depression somewhere of 1.5 foot fill, right? So for every foot you fill is a common thing that I've seen, but there are local ordinances that can be stricter, but that's like usually your bare bones.
Okay. So there is a possibility that a homeowner could purchase land and mediate their own flooded lot in order to build on it.
I cannot speak to Kane County specifically, but I can't say it's not been done somewhere in the U.S. or somewhere else. You know, I'm sure it's been done, but I can't speak specifically to this house, to this property at this time.
All right, thank you. I mean, it's a valid point, Sean. I think it's a valid point, so I just wanted to ask my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other discussion on this, or can I move on to the item C, the property subdivision?
Did we finish that discussion from Tuesday night, Tuesday night?
I felt like we did, and that's why we are on we went through the redevelopment agreement with Matt, and I said that he wasn't going to be here today. And we went through the redevelopment agreement, and the whole redevelopment agreement in his board report, he highlighted items that were concerns early on for him, but then have been resolved through discussions and working with the developer. He put forth in front of you I don't know if he said it on the top page of his board report, but I know I've spoken to him multiple times. I don't know if you've reached out to him, but he is comfortable with the redevelopment agreement as it stands.
But we did not go through, and there's so many documents, I just want to make sure we're going through it. The development agreement by and between the Village of Sugar Grove and Sugar Grove LLC, and it starts off Article 1 recitals. I had that at the end of Matt's comments.
So Matt's memo walked through that document, and he went through section by section and explained it and answered questions to it. But if there are additional questions, we can eventually answer. That was what Matt was attempting to do, was to work through that document with his memo.
I did still have a question from the second to last page of the appendix. There's a figure A1, TIF revenue projections. Where are you at?
Yeah, do you have a page number? What?
In this?
Page 12.
12. but
Okay.
The first, 30 pages aren't numbered.
Okay, so page 12 of the SB Friedman document? Yes.
Village Sugar Grove Board Report.
The appendix that's at the bottom stamped, SB Friedman Development Advisors LLC?
Yes, that's
Yes, okay. Does everybody have that page? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So revenue projections, I'm just curious, I don't know if this is for Crown, if this is us. I want to know where every penny from the school that the school district is going to receive, when and how, and what the source of that funding is going to be. If we don't do anything, like this
Danny, can you pull that document up on page
Projections.
12?
shows nobody gets anything for the first 4 years, year 0, 1, 2, and 3.
Because there likely won't be any property taxes.
Right.
Okay.
But then it goes up.
Is this Matt's report you're looking for?
Yeah, Matt's, you have to go to the web probably.
It's in the, redevelopment agreement.
You're at the second last page of that document.
Okay, so while she's pulling that up, Scott, if you want to address this document to his comments, he wants to know, obviously, this shows a less max unit school district reimbursement on this page, roughly $95 million. My understanding of this document, I want you to clarify for everybody because I don't want to mislead, is that that is the max holdback based on the increment that is provided at 481. And I think if you did the math on this, while the state statute is 25% holdback, I feel like this number is a little bit higher and there's an additional holdback in here. I think it was 26 if I get my calculator out.
But yes, this is 25% of the residential units is what the cap is for tuition payments to the schools based on the number of children added to the school district. And it is the cost to educate per student, which has to be annually submitted to the state of Illinois. That is where this number comes from. This number does not include any impact or other payments that would be paid to the school district outside of the TIF. This is strictly TIF money going to the school district.
So the 95 million represents property taxes held back for the schools out of homes alone.
Out of the, yeah, it's a
Residential units.
percentage of residential units. Now, of residential units, correct.
It's basically the tuition, right?
That is, yes, that reflects the tuition payment that would go to the schools for children added to the district that live in the TIF.
And their tuition payment is paid annually per child every
Correct.
single year. So if I have a kindergartner starting in John Shields, and I know they break out their tuition by elementary, cost to educate an elementary student versus a middle school student versus a high school student. If I start off in kindergarten and I'm there and this TIF is in place, the TIF is covering the cost, whatever the school is issuing as a cost to the state for my child in the appropriate grade that they're in annually.
Correct. It is, the way the process works with the TIF is the property tax payments are made, the 2 installments are made, as everybody knows, when they pay their tax bill, twice a year. Those installments are made to the treasurer's office. The treasurer then, because the ordinance was sent to the county, the treasurer then takes those dollars and puts them in a TIF fund with the village. Before the village can issue any money to any agency, anybody, to Crown, to us, to do a project, to anybody, they must first true up with the schools. That typically happens in September, October timeframe, where the school, we work with the school and the library, because the library also is eligible under the act. Those monies are then set aside and then sent to the school, and then the remaining amount gets deposited into the TIF account for the village, and that's when payments can be made because of redevelopment agreements or other intergovernmental agreements or other agreements that exist, namely if there's notes to pay off, if there are projects that are done. And this would qualify for any of our other TIFs if we had residential units in them that contributed school children. Currently, the only residential we have in a TIF today in Sugar Grove is a senior living facility, so there is no opportunity for children to be added to the district.
But what this is really missing is the money that the school district would receive on a home that's not sending any students to the school district.
Well, yes and no, because those homes that don't send a student to the school district contribute to the cap that is set for the amount that can be sent.
Yeah, but
And with,
that,
as this states, it's per student, not per household?
Correct.
So if I have 4 children attending schools, it's, what is the district, $17,000, $18,000 per kid? So it's 18,000 times 4?
Correct. And this is also outside of the PTEL tax cap for the school district. This money is separate and above from that.
Any other questions?
Well, with that, with TIF eligible expenses that the school district may incur, what are TIF eligible items? Like if there are 1,300 houses, they're going to need extra school buses. If there are however many students, they're going to need extra devices. They're going to need extra desks. Like what are TIF eligible expenses to the
So
school
the redevelopment agreement accounts this for, there's an opportunity for all taxing bodies. And the way that it's worded and the way that it's listed in the TIF Act is that if there is mutual agreement for this redevelopment agreement between the developer and the village, and there is a capital need because of the TIF, so there needs to be some type of proof that there's a capital need from the TIF. An easy example that exists today in Sugar Grove that we will be discussing at a future meeting is that there's a senior living facility in one of our TIFs. There are ambulance calls to that senior living facility. Therefore, there is an impact on the fire protection district because of that TIF. So we could work with them on a capital project such as an ambulance or something else that would be there because of that. So if there are potential other capital needs, now this is capital specifically, we can't pay teacher salaries with that. We can't pay for firemen with that. It is very specific, and those types of expenses also can't come online or be considered until there is an impact. So just because, well, there's going to be a bunch of houses, so we're going to have this, that the TIF Act is very specific in that there needs to be a need. So the problem needs to exist first, and then it can be reacted to after that. And then that is one of the reasons why the village has been steadfast in our discussions that there is a 10% holdback for the village to have, so that that can either be used on a village project, it could be used in an IGA with a taxing body, or it could be used to give money back to the taxing bodies, which we have done frequently in the past 4 years. So those are why we wanted the 10%, to make sure we could do that. Above and beyond the 10%, if there's concurrence from the development, from Sugar Grove LLC, we could do additional capital projects because the RDA allows for that.
And the 10% holdback would come in front of this board to make that decision on what you do if it was a qualifying expense, let's say to the school district, as an example, that would be put in front of you to decide, just like we've surplused in the past. You'd be hearing that as a qualifying TIF expense, and whether you wanted to use the holdback money or a portion of the holdback or whatever the cost may be to use it for that particular item.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other questions on the redevelopment agreement?
Yeah, I have a question. So commercial normally pays part of this, their property taxes go to the school district.
Everybody's property taxes pay
Right,
into the
right.
school district, yes.
So, but the commercial in this TIF would not go to the school district. It's just the residential houses for the help with the cap, and then just the residential houses with school-aged children, correct?
Correct.
So if we had this development without the TIF, then there would be a lot more money, because we would assume that there's going to be this great commercial boom, and then the school district would get more money.
I think the reason we're here is this development doesn't happen but for the TIF. And I think that when you look at the development, that it's going to happen naturally, and what SB Friedman said, and the reason he spent roughly 2 years, because we consulted with him 2 years ago, to do the analysis. He's on our side. He's hired and he's our consultant, the village's consultant, to make sure that this TIF, 1, is eligible, and 2, that the projections meet a threshold that it's needed. And so when he did that analysis, and he came back and said, based on the capital infrastructure improvements that have to be made, this project doesn't go but for the TIF. That's the but for. So the mentality that all of this is going to happen naturally, and all that's being held back from all the other taxing bodies, what I'll tell you is, that, and it's fine, the board will make their decision. Without the TIF district, the development doesn't go. That's why their documents say they can de-annex, is because they need that TIF assistance to make the development happen. They will continue, and it might be very happy for some, they will continue with the $55,000 property taxes that will then take whatever cap tax or all the other taxpayers. What am I trying to say? No, not the PTEL, but just the other taxing bodies. That's what I'm trying to say. All the other taxing bodies will continue to max out every year. So you might see small growth of roughly 5% has been high, right, recently, but it's been closer to 3 in years past. You'll see that climb 3% over time on $55,000, and that will just slowly grow. But for the TIF, if the TIF is in place and all that commercial can grow, the idea is just like our other 2 TIF districts, is there's less impact on the school with commercial development and industrial development. The residential development, which is part of this project, is really to be made sure that they're being made whole. And so the conversations we've had with taxing bodies is to make sure that they're not in need of a new school. So you look at the numbers, and I know I had a conversation recently, Trustee Shomas asked me where the numbers were on the school district, and we had asked that question too. They're down roughly 1,000 students district-wide in 10 years. So there is room within the schools to absorb some students, so they can absorb them today, and they're getting tuition payments today, so they're getting addition money. So they're still getting their additional money every single year, year over year, whatever their tax cap may be. They're asking for it, they're maxing out. The TIF district is extra money. So when we've surplused money out of the other 2 TIF districts, those are extra funds that flow back to the school. Now, I understand you can look at it and say you're holding that back. I understand it. But for this TIF, though, you're not holding anything back, because it doesn't happen.
Well, but for this TIF, this development would not happen.
Correct.
There could easily be other developments that could bring in taxing money.
Elsewhere, I think that we're, go ahead, trustee White.
You know, we have, like you said, we have 2 other TIFs in our village, and everybody's got this idea that Sugar Grove is a place where everybody wants to be. But we've got 2 TIFs that are stagnant, that have nothing being done in them. And they've had money that have been available to incentivize development there, and still, we have no development there. And so to think that this project will bring forth development if they're not even making any, if there's not even a return on the development, why would they do anything?
I think this property is better off without a TIF on the residential. If you figure it out, if there's 13 or 1,500 units, they're going to pay more than probably $5,000 a year in taxes, and that would more than pay for what the tuition is being reimbursed. So I think by doing the TIF, we're putting the school district at a financial disadvantage because, again, they're not able to collect on the homes that don't send anybody to school.
But do you know a developer who has the legs to develop the property?
Yes. I mean, what they're asking, the $109 million, is mass grading and extending water main that any other developer would have to do. It's not like they're making public improvements that are going to benefit the rest of the residents of Sugar Grove.
Absolutely, they are putting in all the infrastructure and backbone to get to the commercial.
That's no, if they want to do it, they'd run it straight up 47 and get to it. They're running it through their entire development. They're putting in the roads, mass grading. If they wanted to get it to the commercial, they would not need to do all the subsequent or all the different phases to get there. They would run it straight up to the north side of I-88. And I'd be in favor of helping them get the infrastructure to north of I-88. What I'm opposed to is a TIF that supports the residential. We're paying them to put in infrastructure that any other developer would have to put in.
No, I think that maybe we can ask Jennifer Cowan to comment. I'm sorry, but I think that you spoke about this the other day. So in those zones, in those development areas, it is my understanding, just like my neighborhood, Hannaford Farm, was a dairy farm. And the developer that went in put the infrastructure and roads in the ground and had those lots developed and platted. It is my understanding that a developer still has to do that within those neighborhood zones.
If I
Yes,
could,
and that's
before
not
you
included
answer,
in,
please.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to also point out that the developer of that property had the village pay $100,000 to get an easement so that they could run sewer.
Thank you for that clarification.
So the internal improvements, to respond to that, the internal improvements that serve the individual residential lots, so that would be the roadways, the storm sewers, the water mains, internal sanitary sewers, those items are not included in the $109 million TIF ask. The $109 million TIF ask includes, yes, mass grading, because that's correcting the drainage and developing the detention ponds, and it also includes backbone infrastructure, such as off-site roadway improvements, the extension of Denny Road from its existing location, the improvement of CV Road, traffic signals along the Route 47 corridor, water mains, a water tower, booster pump PRV station, and other associated backbone improvements. So that's what the $109 million number is comprised of.
So I just have another question for you. So like our community, we had in Settlers Ridge, Kimley Horn put in a water treatment plant. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, it was before my time. They paid for that, right?
Kimball Hill?
Kimball Hill, sorry, thank you. What did I say? Kimley Horn is our traffic engineer over here. Sorry. Kimball Hill paid for the water treatment facility, right? It was before the Great Recession of 2008.
Yep, they went BK as a result of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And-
Not the treatment plant, but the recession.
Okay, so they put that in. Similarly, Crown Community Development put in a water treatment facility, is my understanding, in Hampshire
Yes,
with your project.
yes.
The downturn happened, infrastructure was put in the ground and not utilized because it was built in to overcapacity, right?
Right.
Similarly, that happened here, which is why we're able to pump water uphill from our water treatment facility today to fill that water tower, to create that fire flow so that the buildings can develop, because the water treatment facility was overscaled at the time because Settlers Ridge was supposed to be much bigger, okay? The days of developers putting in all that backbone infrastructure, is my understanding, is over. And that's how they got themselves in this mess to begin with, is because they were paying for all of this and then they couldn't fund it. My neighborhood went under, Settlers Ridge did the same. And so that is proof in the pudding that you can't develop today. We can't look back, we have to look forward. The market today does not provide for this to happen. It's just not happening anywhere. So to Sean's point, you're putting in backbone infrastructure that maybe in the heyday you would have taken on because everybody was printing money in their basements and they were putting it in the ground. Today, that doesn't happen. So they're putting in the backbone infrastructure, by the way, that we own. So previous boards, before my time, put in infrastructure, water, roadway improvements, and a TIF district in the heart of the village on Galena Boulevard and Municipal that we maintain today, that we haven't been able to do anything with. Why? Because you don't have a developer who's selling that property or to an end user. So the difference with this project is, and I said it the other night, you have somebody who is fronting all the money, putting it in the ground so that they can activate the interchange. The interchange, by the way, that our taxing body, all of our taxpayers, the residents of Sugar Grove, have paid taxes to open that interchange for the benefit of the region. And now they need to get a recoup on that investment. They deserve that. We've put in for that. Now, okay, here we are, fast forward. We're at this place where we're asking them to do it. They're doing it. The motivation for them to sell this property quickly is to get their money back. That's the motivation for them. And what happens for all of us, because I feel like we have been good stewards of our TIF districts, hence the conversation next meeting when we want to terminate one, and I would like you to terminate one, is that I think your projections, and listen, it's all if it all goes perfectly well, that there is a time frame that we believe that you can, I mean, I wish Matt were here so we could say it off the top of his head, but Scott, maybe you know. I feel like when we've looked at this, that you're somewhere potentially being paid off in the year 13, 14, maybe 15.
Correct.
Okay. With that being said, you don't have to hold on to it forever. The idea in the conversation was you get them to activate the land, develop the land, put that money in that 10% holdback. The 10% holdback is so that we can surplus money back to all the taxing bodies. That's why it's there. And use it if we need to for any of the capital projects we need. But really, that was the intent, is to be able to surplus money. You're trying to keep everybody afloat to get them paid back for the backbone infrastructure to activate the land. Once they're paid back, future boards can say it's time. They've been paid back, let's terminate it. We're going to terminate one early, I hope, everyone. I'm going to advocate for that, but I hope we all do. The same thing can happen here. It's not a forever. And it certainly doesn't have to extend beyond 23 years because we're not bonding it. That's what gets the other ones in trouble. It's just it's a whole different project.
If we didn't have the extra infrastructure, Crown would have to put all this in. We're fortunate that they have the ability to tap onto our roads. And for the village to pay for mass earthwork where they're going to sell a lot for a profit and recoup those expenses is beyond me why we would offer a TIF when they are the ones that are assuming some risk, but they're also, for their risk, they get the reward of a profit. And for the village to pay them through the TIF to do all this work is why I am against the TIF.
I don't know that you're reading it, though, because the whole but-for test was that without the TIF, they get no return. With the TIF, it's a 9% return, which is about half of what a developer normally was going to want to get out of a project.
Then maybe the project isn't feasible. But when you are selling a residential lot for $50,000 or $70,000, you're getting revenue to offset your capital expenses. And, I think phase 10, mass earthwork, is a perfect example. $6.8 million is going into the mass earthwork. What they're doing is they're cutting down a hill at the village's expense so they can market it and return a profit. This TIF does not make any sense on the residential.
So it makes a lot of sense on industrial. If it doesn't make any sense on the residential, does it make sense on the industrial? No, I wasn't asking the audience, I was asking trustee.
It makes more sense, yes.
It makes more sense on
Yeah.
industrials.
I have some issues that I'd like to go through in the annexation agreement, but yes, to help get commercial was the intent of the interchange, and it's to help diversify our tax base.
So you just don't like residential there in general?
No, I don't mind, I don't love this residential. I have issues with it, but having a TIF, supporting the pay for the residential is wrong.
Okay, so you support industrial down to the power lines? I just want to
No,
be clear, because I know you
I'm
said that to
not-
me last year this time, that you support industrial down to the power
No,
lines.
I'm saying, I'm not totally opposed to the residential south of I-88.
That's
1,000
a-
square foot homes is not my ideal for the village. But what I am opposed to is the TIF paying for the infrastructure in a residential development.
Okay,
I have a lot of questions on the mass grading and what they want to do and what the soil report says they can do. And are they just saying, hey, we can get the TIF, we can get this large amount of money that we're not really risking because we'll get it back. So we're going to make a much bigger project where normally a developer would come in and look at the soil reports and say, yeah, we can't really do that because it's going to be too expensive. Let's change our plan.
let's have Jennifer answer some
Yes,
questions if we can.
I would like to respond. Are you specifically referring to the soil report that came from Kane DuPage Soil and Water Conservation District?
Yes.
Okay. So this has come up a few times during the process, and so I'd like to address this. So this is I appreciate Trustee Lindy bringing this up. On the second page in that report, I want to read to you what it says under purpose and intent, and then I want to talk through what we have done to go further than what this report does. This natural resources inventory report is a review of the major natural resources of the site and a general estimate of the suitability of the site for the proposed use. Because of the small size of this parcel and because of the inherent probable errors in the precision of natural resource information at the scale of natural resource maps, the Kane DuPage Soil and Water Conservation District makes no opinion on the suitability of this site for the proposed use, but may give general statements and an estimate of the possible effects of the land use change to the natural resources of this parcel. The information given in this report is based on the review of natural resource maps and literature by the Kane DuPage Soil and Water Conservation District. The statements in this report are not meant as a recommendation for the success nor the failure of the proposed use of this parcel. So, and I think that's an important statement because further in this report, it also recommends that you go and complete additional study. We do not follow the recommendations of a report such as this given the high level of study that was done here. It wasn't a detailed study. We drilled 268 soil borings throughout our project at various intervals, hitting the high points and the low points, studying the soils, testing the soils, and coming up with a detailed report for each soil boring and overall recommendation. What we have determined is the site is suitable for development. There are areas where you've had deposition of topsoil over ages, right, that occurs, that those soils aren't suitable, where we typically locate stormwater facilities because that typically occurs at a low point, at your discharge point, that would not have an impact on development because we're locating our stormwater facilities there, and it makes sense to do so. So based on our analysis and the analysis of our geotechnical engineer, with TSC, who's been doing this for 30-plus years, the site is suitable for development, and it is suitable to be able to support the land uses that we're asking for in our PDD. And I feel very comfortable with that. During construction, we will have a geotech engineer on site during mass grading to ensure that all of the grading work is being done in accordance with the plans and the standards and village code. So we will meet all of the structural requirements, all the bearing strength requirements that we're required to meet in order to be able to support the land uses. And then further, our end users are also going to require that. And they're going to want evidence, or they're going to want us to demonstrate that we can provide them with the bearing strength, the soil bearing strength that's needed to be able to support their use. So we feel very good in regard to our ability to be able to support the land uses. We're confident in that.
And where is this report?
We take 200, as a private developer, we take 268 soil borings prior to closing on the land to ensure that the site is suitable for development. So it is our report that we take, which is a recommendation in the study that you go and undertake your own report, your more detailed report, to make the determination as to whether or not the site is suitable.
Can we see your detailed report?
You would like to review my 268 soil boring report, I'm happy to share it with you.
Absolutely.
Yep.
As an architect, I've had issues
Sure.
and had to clean up because builders do not take soil borings, and houses have issues with that. And that is, and these houses are on less than an acre.
Mm-hmm.
So what is our requirement for soil borings on new construction?
Every house has to have.
Every
soil.
house?
Yep.
And is
Yeah.
every house going to be on
Or
an
soil
acre?
test.
So how many acres would that be that we would, I mean, I don't think for the parcel that you have, I question that that's enough soil borings, because in my over 30 years of experience in architecture, one soil boring and then one not very far away on the same residential lot can be very different.
We encounter that everywhere. I mean, that's in other communities as well, and we go in and remediate the soils when we run into an issue such as that. The soil composition in the area of our property is no different than what you would see in all of the other developments that have occurred in the vicinity of our property. The soil isn't significantly different from a stratification standpoint. So you're not going to see significant differences. Yes, you'll have those pockets of unsuitables here and there and perched water here and there, but we deal with those and remediate those in the field when we encounter them.
But yes, I would like to see those, because I do
Sure.
know how to read the soil borings reports.
Yep,
And
and-
I think it's important that we see those, because if they're drastically different than what Kane County,
They would be, because Kane County's soil analysis, they did hand augering. These reports were done in the 50s, and they determined soil composition suitability on site with these augers that were 5 to 6 feet deep. It comes out of the actual Kane County soils document.
so,
The SCS report's referencing that document.
but it is so drastically different than what you're saying?
Yes, because the information, oh, I'm sorry, you were still asking.
No, so I think since it's drastically different than what you're saying, in certain areas that you want to put a 65-foot data center, it says you can't have anything, they suggest, they say it's, that you shouldn't, it's very limiting in having a commercial building greater than or less than even 3 stories. You need to keep it below that, and you want to put something that is 65 feet potentially in that same area. I want to see why there's a disconnect. I
Right.
want to see what you're saying, just taking your word saying, oh, no, we've got this private information that says it's okay.
Oh, I'm happy to share it.
I need to see that information.
Sure. I also want to point out, Trustee Lindy, that a lot of the soil information that's pulled into that report comes from the Kane County Soil Survey. And where it talks about, the various percentages of use in there, that's across all soils in Kane County. So you could apply that standard to any project in Kane County. You could make that same statement, because there's no distinction in terms of where that falls. It covers all the soils in the county as a whole in terms of those various percentages that you're seeing in the table. That comes out of the soil survey. And that is, I'm sure EEI could provide that document. It's available online.
Well, right now, the only thing I have is this, and right now, according to this soil report, I don't think it's very feasible for you to build what you want to build there, according to the report that we have, which is the Kane DuPage Soil and Water Conservation District report. I don't have anything else to the contrary. And I'm somebody who likes to check my sources, and, oh, you said it's fine, it's not enough of a check my sources for me.
I understand what you're saying. I hear, if I could respond, please, thank you. I understand what you're saying, and I do hear you. What I'm encouraging, though, as part of, I know that you really want to take a deep dive, and I'm more than happy to share my soil borings with you so that you're able to do that in terms of the additional, more detailed data we have on our site. What I'm encouraging here is to look at the source, the primary source that this SES report is utilizing in creating and developing these recommendations, and that is the Kane County Soil Survey. So it's just another resource that I would encourage that the board take a look at as well, because that is what is informing this SES report.
Could you also make your soil report, could that be made public or not? Or is it just-
Anything we submit to the village is subject to FOIA.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there, it's made public. Okay,
But ultimately, what you're getting at is the $26 million is ultimately to remediate a lot of that, isn't it?
It's to correct the drainage. Grading corrects drainage. It's gonna divert the flows to the detention facilities. So it's part of correcting the drainage and reducing the peak flow from the current 500 CFS per acre to, 76 CFS per acre.
But it's
Okay,
also
thank you.
creating building pads.
Yeah, it's not just,
Yeah, it's,
it's
We're not-
not just to correct the watershed issue, it's to correct the watershed issue based off of the design plan that you have for the building development you want to put on. Basically, if you just took the farmland, would it be $26 million to add the detention and retention ponds?
It would be $26 million, not just to build the ponds, but to grade the land to drain to the ponds. The land has to be graded to drain to the ponds.
So $26 million, if we were going to leave it farmland, but we wanted to take care of the adverse problem we have of water draining into the watershed, it would cost $26 million.
It would not correct the drainage because there are significant pockets of depressional areas in there that would need to be filled in and graded so that it can actually drain to a detention pond. To correct the drainage completely, you have to regrade the property. And it is $26 million to do the mass earthwork, yes.
In regrading the property, you're making it suitable to build homes, build large buildings, but you're saying that it doesn't cost any, like, it would cost that much money to grade it correctly. While you're doing that, you can also, for no more money, grade it to have homes built?
So let me respond to that, especially as it pertains when we're talking about building pads. We're going to mass grade it so that it all drains. But when the individual developers and user comes in, they're going to have to develop their own parking lot plan, their building pad plan, and they're going to have to create specific grading. They're going to have to complete specific grading for their parcel to support those building pads. In the residential areas, part of the grading would be building the building pads, correct?
So they'll regrade. They'll have to regrade for a final grade to be able to build on. You're
Yeah.
regrading and it gets
Yeah,
it.
a little bit, yes, yes.
Okay.
They will have to, yes, correct. They will do some additional grading on those individual parcels.
okay. Let's move along. Any additional questions? I know trustee Michaels, you had some regarding the redevelopment agreement.
yep. So after recitals, it's 1.9, ad valorem taxes, redevelopment project costs, incremental taxes. Incremental taxes shall mean the amount of ad valorem taxes, if any, paid to the village's special tax allocation fund. We've had bad experience in the late 80s with the ad valorem tax, and I just want to make sure it's not going to put a burden on the residential if that gets developed first, and then all of a sudden, all the development stops, that those residential units don't have to pay for all the development costs that have been incurred at that time, up to that time.
It's not numbered, it's in. It's not numbered, it's in the, this is in the attached to Matt's memo.
Okay.
The redevelopment agreement. It's number 1.9. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sean?
Yep.
So at the beginning of your binder? It's roughly like, it's not numbered yet, Danny, but if you go to Matt's memo, it's probably like page 6. 1.9.
Keep going down, Danny. There you go. Right there. It's 1.9, it's the center of that paragraph, ad valorem taxes.
What are you saying?
I just want to make sure that if a number of expenses are, let's say, I'm throwing out a number, $40 million in development costs are put into phases 1 and 2, and all of a sudden, all the development stops. I don't want them to go back to the individual homeowners that have obtained an occupancy permit and be taxed to pay that $40 million or whatever, that large.
So, yeah, based on what Matt was saying, it's going to be they're non-general obligation notes that we're issuing. So if the money's not there, we don't pay the developer, but we also have the subdivision bond to finish any incomplete improvements there.
Let's say I own a house for $300,000, so I'm paying, $10,000 a year in real estate taxes normally to the county. How does an individual house get taxed? And don't they pay? They would be taxed or assessed based on their market value, like any other house. But then they would pay into the TIF?
No, they just pay their normal taxes the way they always would, goes to the county, then the county separates it out between TIF money and between the pre-TIF fund.
Okay. But then if it's an ad valorem tax and that house is worth $300,000 and they have a $400,000 or $40 million development expense, they don't have to pay anything more than a normal assessed valuation.
Now, are you thinking maybe of an SSA or something along those lines, Sean?
Yeah.
No, this is they will purely be TIF notes that are issued by the village for the expenses that will only be able to be paid for with TIF funds. So it will only be the normal property taxes that are paid. There has been no ask or anything brought up about an SSA, or the only SSAs that would be involved in the project and the annexation agreement would be in place like we have to do for the Stormwater Management Act for there's SSA-backed stormwater management, so if the HOA falls apart, it still gets taken care of. Not on the homeowner to cover infrastructure or anything like that. That is not part of the project.
Yeah, it's not like they did in Yorkville where they were
Yeah, right.
making you pay extra for the improvements.
Yes. Yep.
It's not like that.
And that's what I want to make sure.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Item 2.2, just below that. Notwithstanding any provisions of the village ordinance and specifically the village subdivision ordinance, no other submissions shall be required prior to the recording of initial plat, and the initial plat shall not be subject to the village subdivision ordinance. Is that normal? Do we?
It's a little bit different. So the initial subdivision, which is, Danny actually is up next for that as item C on our agenda tonight. The purpose of the initial subdivision is to divide the property into the 5 areas as defined in the Plan Development District and in the annexation agreement. This would require us to have legal descriptions and have the areas codified because, for example, there are different rules for what is allowed in Area 1 as opposed to Area 2 or Area 3. So this initial subdivision subdivides it into those areas so that when a permit is pulled for Area 4, we can look at the overall PDD requirements for the development and the Area 4 requirements for that permit when it is issued. So that's the purpose of the initial subdivision. Later subdivisions will come forward to the village board for approval, like when a subdivision comes in with 120 houses or what have you. That will then come at a later date. This initial subdivision is a separate item that is being done alongside all of the initial approvals.
And we're approving that as part of this process, so it's not like it's not coming before us.
Correct. It is literally on the agenda for discussion today and will be up for approval at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, 5.1. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. about 9, 10 lines down. The village's approval of this agreement is meant to assure the owner that consistent preliminary plans and final plans will be approved by the corporate authorities, provided the plans substantially conform to the concept plan. We have no concept plan.
The concept plan is the PDD and regulating plan, and the map that is attached to it with the areas. And it may need to be that we update that to regulating plan instead of concept plan, Sean. That might just be I'll double check with Kathy on that specifically. But the intent, I believe, is for that to be regulating plan.
Okay. Laura concurs.
Thank you. I'll address that with Kathy on Monday.
5.2, phasing and timing of plans. For residential uses, preliminary plans and final plans may be submitted in multiple phases so long as each phase contains no fewer than 20 residential units. That seems very minimal. It would, I think, be a waste of both the owner's time and the village's time. Should it not be 100 or 50, but 20 seems extremely low for the density that they're looking at.
I don't know, I thought he said 5.2. Sean, what section are you in? I thought I saw, you
It's
said
5.2.
Limited liability?
It's right. It's under. Yeah, it's right there at the, for residential uses, preliminary plans.
Sean, are you in the annexation agreement now, or are you still in the
No,
RDA?
I'm still in.
This is just a repeat of what's in the annexation agreement.
But which section is it
Yes.
in the?
Right there, 5.2.
That's the annexation.
But
So
it-
let's not jump through
No,
documents.
but I think the
It's a
RDA
part of
refers
the
to it,
RDA.
right?
Oh, that's what I'm in. What page are you on in that one? That's what 5.2 is, I know. In our other document, it says limited liability in the,
think- Yeah, I
I
think
hope
it's,
we don't have to discuss the same stuff over
Yeah.
again.
I am.
page 11. Which my pages aren't even numbered.
So something that refers to the annexation agreement, would you rather just deal with it in the annexation agreement with the understanding that it'll be reincorporated back into this?
Just so you heard, he couldn't hear. So Jamie, if you can talk a little bit closer. His question was, the item that trustee Michaels is bringing up is in the annexation agreement, and we are discussing that as well this evening. Right now, we're on Matt's memo with the RDA I want to follow the agenda, so.
It's in the RDA. It's right there.
it is.
That's
So
the
it's,
annexation, though, 5.2. His 5.2 is limited
So
liability.
The RDA quotes the annexation agreement. So my question was, do we want to deal with it in the annexation
Correct.
agreement and then just say that whatever we resolve from the annexation agreement, we'll just have to reincorporate into the RDA? Or do you want to just talk about it in the RDA agreement and then skip over it in the annexation agreement?
So his RDA speaks to the reimbursements,
no,
right?
so what he's speaking to.
I know what he's talking about is the annexation agreement, but I wanted to know if trustee Michaels had additional questions regarding the reimbursement structure that is in the RDA that Matt went over yesterday. If you have additional questions on that, then I want to address those. But if the questions now are then turning into the PDD and annexation, then let's go to those documents.
Well, it's confusing, and you can see everybody's confusion, but this was attached to Matt's memo, and I'm just going straight through that, and I want to make sure these questions are answered.
So what is happening here is that under section 2.3 of the redevelopment agreement, underneath that, a submittal of plans, it quotes sections of the annexation agreement. These are both in the annexation agreement and in the RDA. And under that is number 5.2, phasing and plans, which is what trustee Michaels is referring to. It's in both documents, and Danny has it pulled up on the screens in the room. So it's 5.2 in the annexation agreement, but it's under 2.3 in the redevelopment agreement.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So again, should we increase that number instead of 20 residential units? It seems like a very minor.
Jennifer, can you
number.
address that, why you're asking for 20?
You wanted to set a minimum number of units so that we're not coming in with 1 to 2 lot plan sets, and 20 is a reasonable number for a smaller townhome or residential unit development. We don't expect that we would have anything less than 20 units, but there is the potential we could have something around 20 to 25 units that we may bring through engineering and plating.
Okay.
Okay, I don't buy that, but on the top of the next page, there is, owner shall have discretion with regard to the number of phases that may be under construction at any one time, the location of phases under construction, and the sequence in which phases shall be developed. What's the definition of phases? Is that within an area, like Area 1 has various phases or units?
Yeah, so that would be, so for example, the southernmost area where we're proposing single-family detached residential, the 70 and 60-foot wide lots, we could break that up into 2 phases, or we may develop it all in 1 phase.
Okay. I would, okay. Maybe for clarification, it needs to be defined what phases are so people understand it's a subunit of the areas.
I will say we haven't identified the specific phases at this point. So that's why we were wanting to have flexibility in terms of the phasing going forward.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah,
okay.
That makes sense. It's just, I think, needs to be defined what a phase is. And maybe it's generally accepted, but
We can work with the village on whatever language you'd like to add.
We can add the definition of the annexation agreement, surely, no, not a problem. That's,
Okay. Sean, do you have any additional?
I do.
Okay.
It seems like at the bottom of that same paragraph, 5.2, that there can be a large amount of time that can elapse. The property, let's see, plans covering all the property be submitted no more than 10 years after establishment of the planned development district, if a preliminary plan, and no more than 11 years after so it could be 11 years till any of these phases are planned. Is that basically what it's saying?
yes, I believe the number, and I don't know off the top of my head, Danny, what it is in our ordinance, but in our PDD ordinance, the typical time frame is much shorter, and most of the developments are smaller than this one, but I don't know that this is asking in the annexation agreement to vary our typical amount of time that is allowed after a PDD is approved. This is definitely a longer number.
Okay. Down at 4.4, interpretations, it's down another page. Keep going. I don't know how this numbering,
I have a question on that top paragraph there. We want to go over it. The interpretation, 4.4, with similar uses.
yes, that's where I was going.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no,
Those are-
go ahead.
2.4.
Yeah, no, I had the question on when there is a similar use that's not defined, Scott or the village administrator is the one who selects the use within the planned district, the PDD? Is that correct?
So one of the reasons why you'll see in the annexation agreement when it refers to village administrator, it would be the community development department would make the decision, but my position is in village code. So I would assign it to community development to do it. We don't have a zoning administrator defined or as an assigned employee in our code yet. It's something we need to do so that we could have the zoning administrator be the one that's named, but today we don't have that. But since I oversee the community development department and my position is in the code, we referred to the village administrator. And specifically on interpretation, I have recommended in my memo on annexation different wording for that section because there was feedback after the documents were made public and prior to this meeting. So that's in my memo on annexation. We can cover it now or later, but I did want to mention that I do have alternate language that I recommended.
Okay, because, I mean, I know you know a lot, but when it comes to zoning and determining that, I defer more to somebody who is more trained in that.
1,000% that decision would be made. It's mostly because community development director is not a part of our code, so we didn't feel as comfortable including in an annexation agreement because we might not always have one. But village administrator is a position in the village code, so there will be a village administrator.
at the bottom of that paragraph, it says if there's no similar use or not a similar use, it shall be deemed a minor change according to the village's zoning ordinance. Why is it not considered a major change if there's not a similar use?
So I'm recommending in my memo that it be a major change.
It would be a major.
That's my recommendation, yes.
Okay.
I can read, we can pull up, I don't know if you want to wait or if you want to do it now, but I did.
If we're going to go through these items, we'll be able to skip over them, the annexation, as we go through this RDA. So if you can address it now, your interpretation of that and similarly.
Can you pull up my memo, Danny? Bottom of page 2, top of page 1, or bottom of page 2, top of page 3.
Bottom of page 2, top of page 3. Interpretation right here, staff recommends the section change to as follows.
And I would like to note that language is what matches the village code currently for non-PDD districts.
Thank you for that, Laura.
So I agree with Scott's comment.
Perfect.
We're good with
You
it.
okay with that?
You're good with that, thank you.
All right.
Okay, if we could go back to the other document, 10.1, construction access. And again, I'm not sure, it's got 2.6 roadway improvements, and then right below it, it states 10.1.
So it's 2.6 in the redevelopment agreement, and it's quoting section 10.1 of the annexation agreement.
Thanks. Oh,
And I can, real quick, one of the reasons why we've asked to quote, this was from the village and from the developer, we've asked to have specific sections of the annexation agreement quoted in the redevelopment agreement, is that the redevelopment agreement is where the money is, as far as the TIF and the reimbursement is concerned. So we wanted this language in here to make sure that it is a part of the work that's done in the TIF, not just the annexation agreement. Because there's different ways to enforce a redevelopment agreement than an annexation agreement. So that's why, I apologize for the confusion, but that's why we wanted it to be in both documents.
yeah, it was not explained till just now, but, okay. So it talks about IDOT and access off of Route 47, but will be a condition of occupancy permit for all non-residential land uses to the extent that the access permit from IDOT is needed to provide reasonable access to the area. No permit shall be required from IDOT as a condition of building or occupancy permits for residential land uses in areas 1 and 2. So my concern is that IDOT is known to take a long time, and that areas 1 and 2 get developed and puts a lot of traffic through Hannaford Woods on Wheatfield Drive and Merrill Road because there are no access points for like Denny Extended. And I don't know if we should limit how many occupancy permits can be issued until IDOT gets us the access permit, but I forget what the total number of units are for phase 1 and phase 2, but it could be substantial.
Jennifer, can you address access to those two phases? I know phase 1 specifically is going to access off of Merrill until Denny is extended.
Yep, that's correct. So we, to access Area 1, we don't actually need any permits from IDOT, but we added it here just to make it clear that we don't want to be required to obtain permits from IDOT in order to be able to provide access to Area 1. Area 2, we intend to submit for access when we submit our plans to the village for approval, our master earthwork plans and our final engineering plans, probably more likely timing with the final engineering plans. But it is taking a lot longer to be able to get permits out of IDOT because they had a lot of folks retire during COVID and they're struggling to be able to replace those folks. And so they just don't have the staff, is my understanding currently, to be able to move things through. It has improved in recent months, but we want to make sure that we've contemplated that it can take anywhere from 12 to 24 months to get an access permit from IDOT. So we are providing access to that area, and I don't know if somebody could pull up a plan so I can sort of describe where it is, but it'll be the road that'll run through the town center, will be the road that we will construct up front, which also accelerates some of the other areas there, the parks and the village hall site. Thank you, Danny. I would probably just pull the concept.
Pull up the annexation agreement, Danny, and the one that has the 5 zones in it at the end.
Keep going, if you could, please. Almost there. Okay. Actually, this works. This works. This is actually probably a better map to show. So where you see we're calling it Park Street, it'll be called something else. This is just placeholders so that we have a roadway to refer to when we put together the standards. Where you see Park Street connecting to Merrill Road, that will be the access to Area 2 in the interim. And so Area 2, we anticipate that area on the north side of Denny Road, and we'll construct part of Denny Road from that location east and southeast to serve that area on the north. So we expect that to be phase 2 of development. And ideally, and my concern with putting restrictions on occupancy permits is we want, I'm going to be clear, we want that access point off Route 47. That is our marketing window. That is how we want to drive traffic to the Grove. And we will be pushing hard to get that access point. But if we put restrictions on, the number of occupancy permits, then we're creating other issues in terms of we're not allowing the development to continue to go forward and generate increment to be able to support the development and future development. So it's up to the board, obviously, to make the recommendations, but that's just, I don't want us to have our hands tied because we're struggling to get a permit out of IDOT. And it is critically important that we get that permit out of IDOT. So we will be pursuing it.
Can I ask a question, please, about so you gave us a phasing plan in response
Andy, can you pull
to,
up the phasing? I think it's your first tab. I think you already have it open.
Yeah, I didn't show that road on the phasing plan, but it is part of it.
okay,
I
so I
noticed
guess my
that this
question is
morning.
this. I can see how you'll get to phase 1 on Merrill.
Yep.
How are you going to get to phase 2 if you don't have IDOT access?
Yeah, we didn't show it in green, but it's that road. But when we get the
Which road?
permits for Denny Road up to Route 47, that is part of phase 2. It's going to be
Okay.
part of our phase 2 plan set and submittal, but that was just an oversight on our part. We didn't include a little green, we didn't color the roadway in green up through Area 3 in phase 7. We're going to build that road with phase 2.
You mean the Denny extension up to it?
If you could,
I think they're bringing it to Merrill. is what he's
apologies, if
saying.
you could toggle back. In the interim, Trustee White, we would construct the road that'll ultimately serve the town center area
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
off Merrill. And so
Okay.
that would initially provide access to phase 2
Got it. Thank you.
while we're trying to get our access permit from IDOT to construct that other leg of Denny Road and the Route 47 improvements.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, yeah, this will be the access point.
Okay. Moving on.
On 10-4, basically down from the construction access It's saying that the final course doesn't need to be put on. 80% of occupancy permits within said area have been issued or 5 years after the first occupancy permit is issued. I didn't know if a binder course can last 5 years or if it should have the final course shorter. There you go.
Do you have a green? No.
Don't have to hold it down.
Use the other one. You just push it once it turns green.
The toggle is red.
Oh, it's dead.
There, it's green.
Here.
It's green, Greg, go ahead.
No, all right, hold it down. He's saying hold it down.
Okay. We talked about this with engineers and decided that 5-year number was a good year. You know, that's what we've seen. It's fine. Like, if you think about how Hannaford sat for so long, we went and did some minor patching and repair. So we're comfortable with that number.
You are, okay. Um, 2.8, so it's open space requirements. Open space requirements shall be in accordance with the annexation agreement section. I think that it's limited. We could talk about it in the annexation agreement, but a large portion of the open space is the wetlands area that is not going to be within any neighborhoods. And I think that each phase should, except for the commercial, should have its own 40% requirement or something more than just giving a blanket 30%.
Jennifer, I thought I saw something that indicated that the open space in Area A and the open space in Area B would be 42% in each. Is that?
Are you talking about in the concept map?
Are you talking about when it talks about individual areas? Because there are areas on the north side that you wouldn't have that amount of open space, but you would have it on the south side. So yes, there you go. There are some areas, area 2 and 3, because of that larger open space dedication, as well as the tree grove on the south side of Merrill Road at the intersection of Merrill and 47. Those contribute to the 40+% for those two areas.
But Area 1 significantly
That's the
deficient.
residential pod that's south of ComEd, yes. We do have a park and some other open space there, but it's 15, just under 15%.
That with the smaller lots and really not much room for people to put playground equipment, swing sets in their yard, I think that open space requirement needs to be larger for Area 1.
Those lots are, I think the minimum is 60 by 125, and I think that's 70 by 130, if I'm not mistaken. So those are actually fairly large lots.
And how big of a park do you anticipate in that?
That's going to be at least an acre. It won't be, in that one is? Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess we did increase that one as 2 acres.
That green area that's shown right there is 2 acres?
Yeah.
I did speak with Scott Nadeau at the Park District and asked adequate park size for like a K through 12, or I'm sorry, basically, I'm sorry?
I said for a neighbor.
Yeah, for a neighborhood park, and he said 1 acre is sufficient, but 2 is better because then you could potentially get a pavilion and some more green space and walking, and it depends a lot on the neighborhood, what they'd like to have there. Some would be more walking if it's a more senior designed facility, and the other would have the playground equipment, but he said that the 1 acre size is often adequate and 2 is better.
I have a question for Danny. In our PDD agreement, our zoning code, for PDD, we do have the 40% requirement in that for the open space. But I understand we can adjust that, but I thought I had read that it does not include the detention ponds and such unless they are significantly improved. Do you know if in our PDD agreement?
I believe that's correct. I'm looking it up right now as we speak to confirm that.
Yeah, it's 1116 is the PDD.
Okay, while she looks that up, do we have another question?
Yeah, we were not provided what the total land cash contribution, land or cash contribution should be for parks or schools, and I'd like to see that amount.
So the land cash was not included for parks. In the agreement, it calls for the parks to receive a significant, or to potentially receive a significant amount of land in the improved parks that will be there, including the parts around the village park, around the village green. And the schools will be, impact fees will be paid in the form of, in the appendix of the annexation agreement. There is both an impact and, I believe, transition, or, I'm sorry if I don't know the exact, I can go to it.
Land cash.
But it's marked, those are the fees that would be assessed for the school district.
But there should be a calculation of what the total land should be for this, or cash. And I think we need to see that calculation so we could see how it compares to what is being provided for open space requirements. And if not, in lieu of the land, then we get cash.
I think the park district is getting land, and they're also annexing,
But
they're
we
also
need to see
annexing
what,
land that they don't have currently
is-
in their boundaries.
yeah, but I'd like to see what is required under our current ordinance for those contributions.
The wetlands, floodplains, and stormwater retention or detention ponds provided they're improved with trails and landscaping counts towards open space is how our code currently reads.
So do we know if any of the wetlands or flood, stormwater retention or detention that you have you are counting those toward the green space?
We are.
And are all of those meet our current PDD code where they are improved with trails and landscaping?
We will have trails throughout the project. Is the specific question a trail around the fringe of the facility? Is that the question? What is the definition of improved with trails? That's what I need to understand so I can respond accordingly.
I believe it's in reference, if you're going to count the wetlands and the floodplains or the stormwater retention or detention ponds as green space, they must be able to be used as green space with trails, but I would defer to Danny is if that's the interpretation or the intent of that in our PDD zoning code.
Yes, that's kind of the intent in our code, is that they are improved with trails and landscaping.
So that they could be used as green space.
So all of the detention facilities will be improved with landscaping, and we'll have a trail system that runs throughout. In some cases, the trail system will run along the side, or one side or both of the detention facility. In other cases, it does not. But they all are improved with landscaping.
But not with trails. Okay, so that's a deviation from our PDD code, because I see.
Well, it's a separate PDD ordinance. So
I
we look at it as a standalone, but yes, if that is in terms of the requirements that you have in your PDD ordinance, it does vary from what you have in the ordinance.
Yeah, yes, I just like to compare
Yeah.
because we do have a PDD ordinance, and it's,
So the village in the past has routinely allowed for deviations if there were
Yep.
improvements made. Do I understand, I have it in my head that I saw somewhere we've got 22 miles worth of trails in here?
Oh, no, it's 5 miles.
5, okay.
Yes.
Well, then, I'm getting tired. So can you put in 22 miles?
Okay, it's 25,000 linear feet. Maybe that's what you
Maybe that's
had
what
in
I'm
your mind.
thinking.
Yeah,
Okay. So 5 miles worth of trails?
yes.
Okay.
And that
And then we
entire
talk-
detention in the center there, that is completely wrapped in trail system.
That will be wrapped in trails, yes. We
I'm
do have
just-
a trail exhibit in here as well, if we'd like to look at that on the screen.
You're counting the trails as part of your green space as well, correct?
Yes.
So where we normally, in our normal Village of Sugar Grove PDD ordinance would want no less than 40%, you're providing 30%, and you are not including trails around all of the retention ponds, which
Well,
is,
the trails, when I say we're including in the green space, if it's within a green space area, like a detention area or a park, then it counts because it runs through those areas. If it's a trail that runs along Denny Road or CV Road, we are not counting that trail towards open space.
So for
And the
example, on
trails-
CV Road, you have a sidewalk on one side in the plan, and you have a trail on the opposite side of the road.
Correct. Yep. And then the trail system is shown here, so you can see where it's wrapped and where the trail currently goes. And as I mentioned, the Denny Road Trail is not included in our calculations, nor is the CV Road Trail.
So any trail system that's within a right-of-way is not being counted.
Yep, that's correct.
Next question?
Couple of these I'll wait for the annexation agreement.
Okay. Down the other end? Any trustees on this side have questions with,
Just,
in the redevelopment agreement?
I actually have a question on Article 5, Section 5.1. Under, let's see, I'm looking like 4 lines up from the bottom. No, this is actually under the redevelopment agreement. Under village obligation. And it's just a language thing. So it says that, it's on, yeah, okay, sorry. So it says that 90% of the incremental taxes received will be put into the sub-count, except I think we have to say 90% of the remaining incremental, because we're taking out the school, we're taking out staff, we're taking out the village portion. So I think it needs to be changed to 90% of the remaining incremental, so there's no confusion there.
John, did you hear that, Mays? Okay. Laura's making a note too, while we got them all here.
Yeah, it has to be what's remaining after the school and library are taken care of, so that, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me anyway, logically, but again, not attorney brain.
We're fine with the clarification, John? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Trustee White? Any additional questions within the redevelopment agreement?
6.5. It reads, "A default of any term, condition, or provision contained in any agreement or document relating to this agreement, the PDD, and the failure to cure such default within the earlier of 60 days after developer's written notice of such default, or in a time period reasonably required to cure the default." I'm concerned because of the water demand that the annexation agreement puts on the village, and knowing that if a data center comes in and we don't have enough adequate supply, we're not going to be able to drill a well in 60 days, and it could take a while for a well to be approved by IEPA. And then under the agreement, we have to meet the demands of this development, so it could take water from our existing residents. So
I think that refers to in a time period reasonably required to cure such a default. And if drilling a new well is the only cure for the default, then I think we would be under the conditions of a reasonable amount of time to do that.
even if it holds up a occupancy for a data center or something like that, I just don't want to put the rest of the residents at risk of.
Yes, no, that would be correct, what Scott had just said, and then additionally, there was a language in the annexation agreement that outlines obligations and the timing too, as well as the water improvements.
but there are no water improvements except for the elevated tank. But knowing a data center and the water demands that they have, it could require one or multiple wells, and it could take a while to get those approved.
With the, and again, this, I'm not an engineer, so please weigh in, Michelle, if I'm wrong, but with the 9 PE per acre restriction that we've outlined in Area 4, where the data centers could exist, we have the capacity to provide that today. So if they wanted to exceed what's already allowed in the annexation agreement to have a data center that would require more water, then we would have to renegotiate at that point because they would be exceeding their water allotment that's allowed in the agreement.
Okay, that's good information.
I do want to clarify, though, that point that it's 9 PE per acre over the 760 is our understanding. So we would use less than that on the residential, but then more on the north side. But overall, we would not exceed 9 PE per acre. So on the north side, it could be 10 PE per acre. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Nope.
Okay, are we, any additional questions in the redevelopment agreement? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to item C, property at I-88 and Illinois 47 property subdivision. Danny?
Okay, as part of their application from Sugar Grove LLC, they are requesting a final plat of subdivision to re-subdivide the property that's approximately 760 acres into 9 parcels. Those 9 parcels will then be further subdivided once they're ready to develop the lots further into larger or into smaller lots. So the Plan Commission discussed the proposed re-subdivision at the August 12th meeting, and they had no concerns with the proposal, and they did recommend approval of the final plat of subdivision. Staff is looking for the village board to provide direction on preparing the resolution for the final plat of subdivision.
Thank you, Danny. Any questions?
So we're basically going through the Plan Commission agenda and the tables that you provided to the Plan Commission?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This is the initial subdivision, not the, those are the requirements
Yeah.
for later plats.
We're looking at just the maps right now. Let me pull it up for you.
So we're just doing the initial subdivision of the areas.
Yes.
Okay. And
He's looking at the subdivision deviations, I think.
he's looking for, at the yes, what you said. Brad, EEI is going through these, everybody's good with the plat from that standpoint? The initial plat?
Hold it. Hold it down, Michelle. It's a pain.
We reviewed the initial plats and provided some comments to those that I'm sure are being addressed at this point.
And so, Danny, if we approve that, it would be subject to compliance with EEI comments as well?
Yes, it would be subject to EEI comments, and our village engineer had a couple comments that he actually reached out to the surveyor that prepared these plats, the engineer that prepared the plats already, so they are working on those. They were minor things that were called out, so it would be subject to those and subject to annexation, obviously.
Thank you.
Sorry, so this is just, we're looking at subdividing all the properties into those smaller areas.
Correct.
And that's not showing any improvement, it's just showing it divided.
Correct.
And the main reason that they want this divided into these areas is because they want to have a reference in their PDD, the different areas require different regulations.
Jennifer, if you can answer that, I'm sorry. Did you hear her question?
Yeah, we're locking in the various zoning areas. So what this will do is it will fix where we've defined areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It will fix those areas and the uses that are going to be allowed or restricted within those areas. So this is another way just to ensure that there is no confusion going forward 5, 10 years from now in regard to what uses could be permitted where.
Okay, but this is just, it's subdivided, we haven't done the zoning portion of it at all.
Correct.
When will we discuss the uses, like the retail?
Tonight.
That's
That's next.
Not now, okay.
So any other questions regarding the property subdivision? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to the property at I-88 and Illinois 47, the Planned Development District. So this is the zoning per those subdivided plots. Okay.
So we have received application for a map amendment for a PDD for this 760-acre property for a mixed-use development subject to annexation. The Plan Commission held a public hearing on August 12th that was continued into August 13th for the proposed Plan Development District and subdivision ordinance regulations. The applicant is requesting approval of a Plan Development District to include subdivision ordinance variations for approximately 760 acres of vacant land located at the northeast, northwest, and southwest quadrants of the I-88 and Route 47 interchange. The proposal does align with the village's comprehensive plan. Plan commissioners listened to public comments and discussed the proposal in great detail. The public expressed concerns that included traffic, air pollution, light pollution, soil quality, and the Kane DuPage Soil and Water Report, water usage and wells, the proposed standards for rezoning, and noise. The Plan Commission's discussion included the history and background of Crown Community Development, previous developments Crown has done. Commissioners requested that Crown provide their studies they had done privately on the soil conditions to ensure it was safe to build on prior to any permits. Crown did agree to this. The soils and process to stabilize them was further discussed, as well as if a field tile study was done and if there were any that were not working, as well as next steps if approved. Commissioners inquired if the village's current population and proposed population would be enough to support the amount of commercial being proposed in the PDD. Crown stated they feel comfortable with it, but cannot predict what will happen, and that is the reason for the request for a portion of the commercial to be able to flex to residential. The elements of transition from the existing border of the village into the Crown property was discussed, and if there were any transitional elements provided from the north side of the Crown property, Crown stated there will be no transitional elements on the north side of the property. The request for reduction in setbacks from the village code was discussed. Crown stated this was the trend in residential development currently. Commissioners expressed concerns about this development becoming stagnant and what will happen with the development if the economy goes sideways. They discussed the process of establishing the HOAs throughout the development, the possibility of a gap to ensure that did not become a truck stop. Crown agreed to add additional conditions that would include no showers or repair services. Landscaping requirements and the berming in Area 4 was discussed. Commissioners want to see this reflect the business park area at Sullivan and Orchard in Aurora. Crown stated they based their regulations off of this area. The issue of the utility boxes in the rear yards was discussed. Commissioners stated they wanted to see this be a requirement to match the village's ordinance. Crown stated that the cost to do this would be $1.7 million just for Area 1 alone. Commissioners requested that additional standards be added to the PDD for accessory dwelling units. The village code states the occupants must be related by blood. Crown agreed to add this standard. It was requested by commissioners that recycling facility be changed to a special use. This was agreed to by Crown. Heavy manufacturing was also requested by the Plan Commission to be a special use, which was also agreed to. The commissioners discussed the proposed subdivision ordinance variances. It was determined that most of the requested variances were due to the village's ordinance being out of date and in need of being updated. Commissioners questioned the request in the subdivision ordinance variances, item 1258G, reducing the access to park or open space easement from 75 feet wide to 25 feet wide. It was agreed upon to remove this from the variances. Staff included a list of 38 items that staff felt needed to be addressed as part of the staff recommendation. Crown discussed some, but not all of the recommendations with the Planning Commission. They have responded to those items. Their responses are attached to my report. And there's a list of items that were brought up during the meeting that were mutually agreed upon in the meeting. The Plan Commission recommended approval of the proposed PDD and subdivision variances with the following conditions. Incorporate the 38 staff recommendations, substantial compliance with the following submitted plans and documents, proposed plan development district regulating plan, concept plan prepared by Crown Community Development and Norse Design, concept landscaping and hardscaping plans prepared by Crown Community Development and Norse Design, proposed trails enhancements prepared by Crown Community Development and Norse Design, signage plan prepared by Crown Community Development and Norse Design. They also recommended that the following items be incorporated that were agreed upon during the meeting. Add additional conditions for fueling stations that include no showers, no repair services. Add additional standards to accessory dwelling units. Occupants must be related by blood to property owner. Change recycling facility to a special use. Change heavy manufacturing to a special use. And remove item 12.5G from the variances. An additional item that was brought to my attention that I did not include on my report that was agreed upon during the meeting was that the findings of the Blackberry Township HR Green Traffic Study shall be incorporated and subject to village engineer approval. In the staff recommendations outlined in the Plan Commission Advisory Report, there is language that states that between the PDD and village code, the less restrictive shall apply. The staff recommendation was to remove this language and that the PDD is the governing document. In the response letter from Crown regarding the staff recommendations, it states that they will clarify which items were added to be more restrictive in the PDD and that all areas 3 and 4, the PDD shall govern. Staff feels that this language needs to be removed as there is no underlying zoning to a PDD. PDD is the zoning classification. Therefore, in the event that there is a use or regulation that may be less restrictive in the village code, there is not a specific zoning district that would apply to the PDD. So staff is looking for your guys' discussion and direction on preparing an ordinance for approval.
Thank you, Danny. I'm gonna start on this side. No? Okay, I'm gonna go back over here and start on this side.
Well, let me first ask, does the PDD only last 20 years? That's what a typical document or agreement only lasts?
No, the zoning goes on indefinitely. It's the annexation agreement that is 20 years.
But there is no underlying zoning.
But the PDD is the zoning. That is what you're zoning the property as a PDD.
If I understand this correctly, you're erasing all of our zoning codes and you're creating the Crown zoning.
You can think about a PDD as an own mini zoning ordinance for the
Yeah.
property.
It's its own zoning code. I believe,
Settlers Ridge
correct?
is in a PDD. Settlers Ridge is a PDD in our village.
And that was all residential, basically.
Well, it has commercial components in it as well.
Yeah.
And that's why it's in our code, is because it's been used as well in this village.
Right. We have a PDD ordinance in our code.
Yep.
Okay. Heidi, do you want to start?
Oh, I have lots.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see.
So before she even gets started, so the language, because it is on the first page of the Exhibit D, the Plan Development District, but the language that you're referring to, Danny, that the village change, I'm sorry, did Crown agree to changing the language? Specifically to the extent that any provision of the village zoning regulations conflict with this regulating plan or the agreement, the regulating plan and the agreement shall control? Okay. It's been changed. Yes.
So,
Okay, so where any village ordinance is less restrictive, did you agree to the language to change that language? Then the requirements provided herein, the least restrictive requirement shall apply except for area 3 and 4, where standards herein shall apply. Did you agree to change that language? I mean, there's a couple of things we brought up. One of them, Jennifer, is that it's the silent thing, where the document is, well, my note on my page says where the document is silent, the Village of Sugar Grove ordinances shall apply, was one concern, and I know that you all talked about changing that.
Yep, hold on just one second.
Okay. And I know that he agrees.
So I just want to make sure that I'm addressing the concern and answering the question. So we did respond to staff on this request, and I just want to verify that this is sufficient to address the concerns of the board. So what we're saying is where we put additional restrictions for a particular reason in the PDD, we can specify that in those instances, the most restrictive provision has to apply, so that we don't get a less, there was a specific reason in the residential, so we determined that we were going to go ahead and add an additional restriction. In areas 3 and 4, which is the town center and the business park area, we're saying that that clause does not apply to those areas. So in those areas, whatever the standards are, they apply regardless. I think the concern that we raised, because this was brought up by the commission as well, is that to the extent that there's a modification in your ordinance that would provide for a competitive advantage to another builder developer, we would like to be able to benefit from that as well. Now, if we put specific restrictions in here that the board feels is important for us to have here, we will adhere to those restrictions. But we're just, what we're asking for is to be able to have the same, level the playing field with an adjacent builder or developer. If they get their own deal, I do want to add this, if they have their own zoning and their own specific, agreement with the village, we're not asking for that. That does not apply here. It's only in your zoning code.
So the question I would have is, so you're asking that in Area 1, you could take the less of the restrictive, and that's one of the residential areas. If the side yard lot line, like let's say whatever it is in, right now today, if yours is less restrictive or what have you, we change that in R1. You aren't comparable to R1 because you're PDD. How do we know which zoning, which zoning you're comparable to, because you're PDD, you're not R1, you're not R2, you're not a state, you're not some new one that we make up in the future. You're your own thing, so I don't know how you even could be less restrictive because it's not, I guess I don't understand that.
Yeah, I think what we suggest, I'm sorry, it's John Mays, I'm the counsel for the petitioner. I think our suggestion there was that the village administrator would make a determination that should be reasonable, and we'd rely on that.
I think that's I think that's a lot to ask of the administrator, and this is why. When we contemplate, so it's not even uses, so I think one of the things we brought up specifically is that we haven't addressed. So we haven't addressed ADUs from a standpoint of short-term rentals in the village, and we haven't created an ordinance for that in the village. So the things that we haven't contemplated, right, today, that will come down in the future, it could be less restrictive, right? But yours is thought about today, but it also could be more restrictive. So there's also that component that's written in here that says, we know we want to omit something and not have it in the village, but we haven't thought about it today. Your document basically says we can have it by right if it's the detail of the ordinance, if it's a use, but there's something that's come up with like the ADU. There's an additional thing that's come up. We've crafted as a village a new ordinance, we've put in new regulations. The new language and regulations that we create, in theory, don't apply to you. But we wouldn't want it village-wide. But because we're crafting that language today for you under this document, you have that provision. So I think for us, it's more of we would be creating something more restrictive that we don't want in the village. So it's not necessarily that you're at a competitive disadvantage, it's more that we are, because we don't want something in the village, but we didn't think about it in this moment. And therefore, we don't want it in your document either. And I think that's the concern I know that has come up. So, example, John, is the ADU is a perfect example because it's the easiest one to think of right now, and I know we don't have an ordinance today on it. So, because for a normal practice, we don't have a problem because we don't have it as an issue. We might not know what the issues are until 5 years down the line after, the ADUs on your property. I know it has to be a blood relative now that you're adding that language in, but there might be something else that we haven't thought of. And if yours is addressing ADUs and we want to address it in a different way, you have it by right, whereas what I'm saying is we might not want it in the village at all.
If I could also.
Yes.
One of the things that you're asking us to do throughout this agreement is give you a competitive advantage over future developers, such as the open space, other things. So I think that's the reason why you were getting some benefits out of this, and we don't want to do something that's going to give you that benefit and another one when we've really negotiated
understood.
all of this.
This may be a matter of interpretation. We weren't trying to get additional, but we were trying to adopt best practices within, if the community feels that there's a best practice, allows everybody else in the community to develop under that best practice. Just because we failed to have that best practice in mind today, because nobody has it in mind today, to deny the ability to protect our homeowners or protect our industrial or office users. I apologize. Too many people standing at the microphone. No, our goal here is to avail ourselves of the best practices that the community could adopt at a later date, and to use those best practices in a way that our competitors are using it. So I understand the reverse of that, Mayor, and I don't think we're arguing that point. All we're saying is that if there is a less restrictive adopted by the village after due consideration, it feels that the entire community should live under those rules. We're saying that we should too. Now, I understand the administration issue, and I could suggest that we could tell you and agree with you at the time we do our plat as to the closest zoning classification that our plat resembles, and make that part of the record.
How about this instead? How about if there is a way that you believe the village has made a less restrictive ordinance, that you come back as a minor change and ask for an amendment to the PDD?
That would certainly work for us.
Thank you, Jamie.
Don't you, I mean,
I think so.
I
I
think that
was just
answers
going to
it.
say, I think if the village has adopted something village-wide, we would want them to have it, but I think that it's still the idea that they have to come back and ask. So if it's a minor change, it's still basically requesting that change, and I think that's reasonable.
That absolutely works. That's great. Thank you.
That would also clarify, just to clarify it a little bit, that would, with the minor change as part of that process, we would state that this new residential change that the village has adopted is allowable in Area 1 and Area 2. So we could be very specific when we go through that process to make that very clear to the public to know as well that this new change that the village has adopted exists here, but not through maybe the entirety of the development as well. That will allow us to add more clarity.
Right, and as I mentioned, we had originally excluded Area 3 and 4, but to the extent there's a best practice that the village would even feel that would be important for us to incorporate, I think that language with the minor change actually covers us there as well. So, yeah, that works, Scott.
So if we find out there's something that, in an ordinance that we need to change for safety reasons and, I don't know, asbestos or something, hey, we allowed asbestos before, now we're saying you can't have asbestos back in the day. If we find out something that is allowed in yours and that we allow in ours currently, so we don't have an objection now in your ordinance, and we have to go, oh, wait, we got to stop that, then we have no power of telling you, you have to stop that?
No, hold on, just one second, we're trying to find the language.
I just know there's,
Yeah,
There
actually, we
is
do.
language in there that if state or federal law changes,
Yeah.
then they do have to change it.
but it has
Right.
to be state or federal law. It can't be us trying to get ahead on something that we know that might be bad.
Correct, it would be a change to state or federal law, or a generally applicable ordinance that is not specific to zoning.
I have a little concern on that because I know things change quickly, and if it's a matter of health or life safety, that we change our code, and our code changes, a fair amount. And if we have no recourse of making sure that's changed, I'm not saying for open space necessarily, or for, things that we, like that, it's things that you can not really foresee, except for there could be dangers,
And building code does change, if the building code changes,
Building
they have
code
to comply with the
changes
building code as
quite a
well.
bit. So they have to abide by the building code?
Changed building code would apply. They have 6 months to comply, I think, under the current draft, but if a change to the building code that the village has adopted applies, they have to comply with the current version.
But zoning code does not, so if we find like one use is actually very detrimental to be next to another use.
Correct. The zoning would stay, just as any zoning or special use that the village grants anywhere would stay. But anything else that's specifically called out, like in the building code that would otherwise change, would apply.
And I'm assuming that would be NFPA as well. National Fire Protection Code, as well as all building codes, energy codes and such. All right.
Yeah, a couple of questions regarding, ding button's not working, regarding the listed items, and I'm thinking about things that might draw larger event crowds. So specifically in the category of theater that's mentioned, is the intent there a movie theater, or is it like a live concert venue?
Can I just ask real quick, so they have, in the PDD, everything is done by area, right? So are you on a particular page that you're, where you see
Yeah, I'm
theater, or
looking at
you-
Exhibit D, page 1, at least, so what's in the PDD document in our 5-inch stack of papers here.
Page 3? Page 3, okay. So just the use table, okay, thank you.
I think you're looking at page 3, Mike, right? With the-
I'm
the
looking
use
at what
called
was
theater?
provided in the folder for us.
I think theater is on page 3, that's all. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to understand, is the theater intended to be like a movie theater that would have 5 or 6, 7 screens, or are you talking about like a major event theater like the Paramount or something like up in Schaumburg?
So it was as defined in your code. So all of these, unless there's an asterisk next to it, which might provide for, well, which does provide for additional standards or an expansion on what that means as it relates to
I've got it.
the definition in the code.
I've got it pulled up. So
We
a
do
theater is a
too.
building or part of a building devoted to the showing of motion pictures or used for live performances, including drama, dance, or music.
Okay. So I'm not seeing houses of worship on this either. I don't know if it's defined as churches. Did I
Might
miss
be
a
under
line?
civic.
It's under civic.
It's under civic uses.
On page 4 of the use, page 4 of the PDD.
Okay,
Mike.
okay. Sports and recreation indoor, do we have any size limitations in there? Or even outdoor? If someone wanted to come in and build a baseball field that seated 30,000 people?
In 3A and 3B, it's a special use and permitted in 4 and 5. So under 3A, in areas 3A or 3B.
Yeah, but we don't limit that by way of any sizes though in our existing code right now.
Under 3A or 3B, we can. In 4 or 5, we can't.
Okay, So if the Chicago Bears wanted to
let's have
move
at
out
it.
here, they could in that particular area.
That would be permitted north of 88.
Chicago Bears,
We still don't want to.
that was intended to be tongue-in-cheek.
Okay. Additional use table questions?
I'm sorry. I had a question on page 2, which would be the dry cleaning establishment, included on-site plant. I'm assuming that's going to have all the dry cleaning chemicals. 3B, I believe, is allowed to have residential in it. I would think that anything that would have, if I'm correct with the on-site plant, would have the dry cleaning chemicals. That's where they dry clean it right there. My concern is having that as permitted and not special in an area that has residential.
I don't know that we'd even want it special in 3B.
Now,
I'd prefer
it's-
that just be
it's-
out.
Yeah, I would
3B.
prefer that, yeah.
We're okay with that.
Okay.
Yep.
And again, I think a lot of the uses here are, right, they're pulled initially from our code. So
Yes.
we have this somewhere in our code, and it's permitted in a certain zoning classification. Okay.
Yep.
So thank you for omitting that.
Yeah, we did review them sometime back with staff, but we're very open to making modifications to this. It was just sort of, what we felt were the best uses for those areas.
Okay.
I
So
think we all have maybe issues with some of the uses, so we can just maybe go one person at a time, so we're not, that
Absolutely.
way.
How about we go one page at a time? So that we're
Well,
not
but
flip-
then we're
All
doing
right,
everybody.
Okay, that's fine.
and-
That's fine. Where are we at? We're at Heidi. Do you want to go through the use table?
Well, see if anybody, did Matt, Bonnie, or any?
I think trustee Shomas, did you address all yours on the use table? Okay. Trustee Bonnie?
I have not. All right, going through the use table here, page 2 for kennel boarding, you have a 100-foot rule for that. I think that's pretty short. I would like to see that increased, and I would like to see the 3B removed altogether. If there's any residential around, I would like to make that a little bit better. So either increase the footage of that or remove it altogether off of that 3B area for kennel boarding.
I had that as well.
So did I. I had to take it out of 3B,
Look at that, we agree.
3B?
3B,
out of 3B.
Out of 3B for kennel boarding?
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
The motor vehicle fueling station.
Yes.
Ready?
Oh, you
Yes.
want to start a fight, don't you?
No.
What are you?
I'm going with the motor vehicle fuel station.
Okay.
I know we've talked about this, let's hammer this out, let's get this on record, let's do this the right way. So during public comment over and over, and truck stop keeps coming up. I know that the language was changed to, I think, to fueling station, gas station, however you want to say it. You've already agreed to the fact that there will not be a mechanic's bay, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. There will be no showers, is that correct?
That is correct.
There will be no overnight parking allowed on the property or property adjacent to it.
Correct.
But who enforces that?
Well, that would be enforced by the
village.
village through the village ordinance for truck parking,
Okay, just want to make sure it is enforceable.
yes. And they can put that in for the parking on the private property.
You
That's
can sign it.
That's on you, right, yeah. But the queuing of the trucks along the roadway or parked on the roadways, that would be village's responsibility to issue citations or tow the vehicles.
Yeah.
But you're not intending the use of any side roads for trailer parking or truck parking, overnight parking, anything of sorts, correct?
Correct. They're going to have to design their facilities to be able to support that queuing within their property. That is actually in the PDD.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. As we're still talking about this, the fueling station, I looked and there's no conceptual plans for it. Are we able to put in where the trucks are going to be able to be fueled at? I don't want it to be a separate area, so to speak. So I don't want this to be a gas station in the front and a diesel fueling station in the back. I would like the diesel fuel, if there are selling diesel fuel, I would like it to be incorporated near or next to the normal pumps. I think that what that does is it reduces the want and need for the trucks to park and to stagger themselves within the parking lot of that area. So I know there's not a drawing in here of the proposed gas station.
No,
correct?
we did come up with a rendering. I did show the rendering on Tuesday. It was a bit smaller. I think we have the image available if you'd like to pull it up, but really more or less just shows kind of the anticipated architecture. We'll design it when we're closer to delivering the fueling station. That's when it'll be designed in accordance to character and keeping with the area, but whatever the standards and aesthetics are at that time, but the show's just kind of what it'll look like. In terms of the fueling pumps, that's an interesting comment. I had not thought about it that way. My preference would have been to locate the diesel pumps behind it so that we don't have the trucks in the front to sort of make them so they're not as visible. I had not thought about the discouragement of trucks, but I will say that you're still going to have.
Please let her speak.
You're still going to have, I mean, if they need to refuel, they're going to refuel, even if it's commingled, but we can talk through how that would have an impact on the design and absolutely I had not considered that, so I'd like to just think about that if I may.
Yes, of course. I'm not expecting answers for everything this evening. These are concerns I have. As I go about my day-to-day business, in my normal life, I come across several issues, and that's always an issue that I think is an easy remedy. I can provide you some further documentation on that, just so you're aware of it. But
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for re-showing this. So, and as we're continuing talking about the fuel station here, the gas station, as I'm going to start calling it, the gas station here is a limited number of gas pumps. Is that correct? We're not having. Was that in there?
We could have up to 2 fueling stations is what we're projecting, and there would be up to 24 fueling points at those 2 fueling stations. So it's not, I mean, there are some where you have, 20 fueling spots. If you go to the corner of, anywhere along Route 59, a lot of those larger fueling stations have 20 fueling positions. But I believe which report was that? In the traffic study, it refers to 20 points, but there are 24, that could be amongst 2 different fueling stations. So it's more likely going to be at a single fueling station, probably somewhere around, I would say 16 to 20.
Okay, can I just elaborate on the fueling station? It doesn't specify in your document, it just talks about pumps. And I
Yeah.
know that I had a conversation with someone, probably on staff, about what defines a pump. And what I think looks less intrusive is if there are 2 pumps per island, and it actually reduces the mass, the overall structure of what the gas station looks like. And the best example, Danny, I don't know if you can do a Google search image for the gas and wash at Orchard and Jericho. It is a gas and wash. The other thing I want to bring up too, and your rendering didn't have it, but as I've searched and done aesthetic looking gas stations, when I'm looking at it from an aesthetic standpoint, the brick columns, and I know when we approved Casey's in the center of town, those
saw that.
structural, the awning structure was wrapped in brick all the way up. Your example didn't have that.
Yes.
So would you be willing to add that into your architectural standards?
We are open to that. The reason why we didn't carry them all the way up is because it draws a lot of attention to that structure as opposed to focusing on the architecture of the building. If you go back to that, and I looked at the 2 fueling stations in town, one of them didn't have it all the way up, and then the other one, which I think is the Casey's, that one's further north, had the brick columns all the way up, and it makes the structure much more visible and substantial as opposed to what we did in the rendering was we took them to just above the fuel pumps.
I
So,
think that
but
when
we're
you-
open to that.
When you tie it back to the building, and obviously, Danny, I'm telling you to do something and it's too new, so it's not even showing up.
Yeah, I
There's
think
also,
that's why.
there's also a Casey's at the corner of Winfield and 38. That's probably too new on this as well. But we're seeing those gas stations, they're tying those brick pillars and columns into the architecture of the actual gas station, convenience store, if you will. So there's an example.
Yep.
And then the other thing, so I want to go back to the pumps on an island. Would you be amenable, sometimes it doesn't,
Oh, I see. Are you talking about that, how the side-by-side here? We can do that. Yeah.
those brick columns go all the way up to the awning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the, in terms of the appearance, it makes that awning much more prevalent.
I think
From a
it
view
looks, I don't
standpoint,
know if
but-
anybody else has been paying attention to gas stations, I think it looks better.
Can you pull up the rendering again one more time? And I'm open to what,
See, like that, I think it looks unfinished.
okay.
That's just I think the rendering looks nice, but again,
wanna
I
take
think
that
it
brick
looks,
all the
what
way
we're
up?
seeing in this marketplace, the newer gas stations, they're covering those pillars all the way up.
Okay, we can do that.
And so the 2 pumps per island reduces so the gas and wash specifically, I drove by and counted, they have 7 islands. So in the front of on Orchard, they're accommodating 14 pumps right there in the beginning, okay? But it doesn't look as massive because there's 2 pumps per island. So
Okay.
a pump is defined by one pump, right? And you can put 2 on one
Two
island.
fueling points, one
2
pump,
fueling pumps
yep.
on one island.
Yep.
So would you be agreeable to that language as well, to adding 2 pumps so that you don't have an expansive gas station? It's condensed, you still have the pumps to accommodate the vehicles, but it would be a smaller footprint.
Yeah, Danny, would you mind going back to that other image that you just had pulled up? Are you thinking something like that? Or
Yeah,
would there
you'd
be
have to
more
look at the-
space in between the pumps? I'm just
That's
trying to think
probably
about how
too
the.
close.
That's probably too close together, but the one
Yeah.
that we can pull images for you and
Yeah,
show
pull
you.
images to show, yeah, that would be helpful. But yes, we can do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna make.
Yeah, they are. And the other thing so I want to go back to trustee Bonnie's comment, that particular gas and wash has their diesel pumps. They have a smaller diesel pump island kind of near their car wash area. And I don't know how many are there. There might be 3, there might be 4 pumps in total. It's still visible from the street. It's not hidden behind. It still looks good. So I guess my question is, I know you're familiar with Aurora. I don't know if you've particularly driven by that one recently, but I don't know if that works or what you were thinking.
Yeah, that's actually what I was not wanting.
Okay.
I think that's a good example, unfortunately, of a bad use, bad location. The trucks then sit in the back of the lot. They're not visible as much. They kind of get away with hiding a little bit behind the building. Customers aren't going in and out. It's providing somewhat of a little bit of a blanket for them, so to speak, to maybe do things that they're not supposed to be doing there. Where out in the open, out in the front of the building or connected next to, where it's visible from the road and visible from the street and visible from other patrons going in and out of the gas station, will deter if there are any criminal elements to that issue. I know that's a big problem with the residents, the criminality that comes along with it. There's a bunch of different things we can speak of it, but I think that if we reduce the ability to have those, it's hopefully people are all aware of broken windows theory here. We fix that window so it stops the bad behavior. If we don't allow that window to be broken with to begin with, we don't have any of the problems. I would like to work at concentrating on making sure that gas station, if and when it ever does occur, it's done the right way, the correct way, and what's best for everybody that's involved, including the motoring public, the truck drivers, and the residents that will live by it or are driving to and from it.
Okay, so we can add additional language to the PDD that restricts fuel pumps behind the building. Is that what the village would like to see? So you can't have any fuel pumps behind the building, they all need to be in front of the building.
Maybe we don't have to do it this very minute here today, but yes, I'll provide you with some information.
Okay.
You can work with staff.
I think
would-
you've made a
I would
compelling
like to-
argument.
I would like
but
to look at it, but that's,
So-
like I said, I think it's something that is important. I think it's really, really
Yeah.
important during this whole entire project, one way or another,
Yeah.
that whatever we do it the right
Yeah.
way, and we concentrate on doing it the right way.
Yep,
So
I
that's
agree
what's
with you.
important to me on that.
Yep, very much agree with you, and I think we're good with going ahead, or we are good with going ahead and making that restriction. That's
Just-
good information to have for
Thank you.
consideration in regard to how we design that fueling station, so.
Sounds like he's going to give you an example, and you can
Yep.
work with staff on that. Okay.
Perfect, that'd be
Moving
great.
right along then, next to page 3, tobacco and vape shop, I would like to make that a special use. It's already special use in 3B. I'm concerned with in 4, mostly if there's some other uses and it being too close to something else that is permitted, such as, if let's just pull up a restaurant, for instance, is permitted in 4, it might not be the best case scenario to put a vape shop directly next to a restaurant. People wanting to sit outside and enjoy food and having a vape shop next door. I would like to
Yep.
see that as a special use depending on where it's at in those locations.
That would be one of those examples I wish we could ban in the village-wide. Unfortunately, there's some
Yeah.
areas today that have it as a permitted use, but
Yeah, we're good
ideally,
with-
that would be something we don't even want here.
Yep, do you want it special or not
I
allowed?
would just like it not allowed.
Anywhere?
Anyone else?
I'm okay with special. I think that tobacco use and vape shop, I take that as a tobacco as in maybe a fine cigar shop might be permitted in an area. Downtown Geneva has a cigar shop, so I'm not necessarily against the special use. I just would like to know what it is. If it's a vape and go where they're selling a bunch of glass items and things like that next to a restaurant, and they're allowing smoking on their, vaping on their property, I think that that's just a bad spot for it. But
Okay.
that's something we can also
Okay.
discuss.
We're good with that?
We're good with
Special
special. We'll take it to special. That way, if certain people want to open up a cigar lounge, they can.
Next is food processing on the same page, both processing and food production. Going through that food processing, I see you have your asterisks on it. And can you verify what the asterisks mean to me? I read through the section here and for food processing, and what was the intention of those double asterisks?
So the definition does say the transformation of agricultural products such as grains, meats, vegetables, fruits, and milk into food ingredients or processed food products. That is the food processing definition. Food production, the preparation of food in which raw agricultural materials that don't require processing or previously processed materials are converted into food products ready for human consumption. So those are the two definitions.
Yeah, so my question, I'm sorry, maybe the double asterisk that was next to that, was that just so you could see the definition? Is that the purpose of the double
Yeah.
asterisk? Okay.
No, you go to page 7, and it has restrictions on food production.
Yes, there is a restriction that they have to
Page
provide.
7, item 7,
Yeah, 7A, the
Yeah.
food production, and then,
that's what that refers to.
so I also would like to see that food production as a special, was that a special use? Or even not permitted. You look at what's going on in Aurora at the corner of Indian Trail and Orchard Road with Factor.
So we were thinking that it could even be something like a farmer's fridge type of production, where they're essentially putting ingredients together, they're cooking noodles. They would have to provide for an odor mitigation plan. That's what we were contemplating in terms of having that be a permitted use with additional standards in Area 4.
So the odor mitigation is great. However, odor mitigation is an extremely hard thing to control. Like I said, you use Factor in Aurora for an example. There's continual issues with that place with the odor. I drive past it daily. You can smell it. Sometimes it smells good. Other times it smells horrendous. And you can quick search of some articles in the Beacon newspaper will show you the residents that don't live so close by still having issues with it. I think the location, the wind that's out there, I think that the odor mitigation is going to be extremely hard to control. I would like to see that special use permitted there so we can have a little bit more control on what type of food processing or food production plant goes in there. It's just my 2 cents. We don't have to talk about it now. I'm just.
No, we do, actually.
Well, I don't think that the special
wanna
use
talk-
would allow us to prohibit the type, so if we don't want it, we should just take it out.
Say that one more time.
I don't think having it as a special use would allow us to prohibit the kind of processing they're doing or what they're processing.
Right,
So if we don't
I'm leaving
want
it
that, we should
open.
just take it out.
And I'm leaving it open somewhat for this farmer's fridge that she's speaking of. I think there might be good uses for the public. I'm just concerned with long-term problems with large factory-type food processing.
But having it as a special use is basically a permitted use with some conditions. And so if you think about what conditions you could impose to that, I don't know that we can impose conditions on what they can produce.
Anybody else have an issue with
How do you
that?
mitigate the smell? I guess is like, I mean, how are we policing the smell? I can smell it. Someone's complaining that there's a smell. I mean, so I understand what you're saying, but then what is the mitigation factor? Because that really is about the smell.
Right.
And there's sometimes you go by a bread factory and you're like, well, it's wonderful. But if you had to live next to it, you wouldn't want to smell bread you'd hate bread after a while, right?
I'd say.
Consensus is restricted, is that what I'm hearing?
We'd like to take it out, actually, is what you're hearing.
And that is processing and production? Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, but if you had to live next to it, it might, yeah. Okay. This is it. Did I just cross?
Thank you, Trustee White, for helping me with that.
Okay. You're all set?
Just for you, ma'am.
Just let me double check and make sure I
Okay.
don't have anything else.
Okay. And I realize there's going to be some duplication on things here between trustees, so if there was something that wasn't touched on.
I don't know if now's the time to bring this up, but since I have the hot mic, I'm going to do it. It was brought up that the pumpkin farm is being removed. Is that true?
We do not own that property, no. I think that the property owner is leasing the property to the current occupants, is my understanding, but no, we're not purchasing or developing the pumpkin farm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, trustee Heron,
Yeah, that's it for my section. Thank you very much.
nothing further
Sure.
on those use table. Trustee Lundy, any further items on the use table?
Yes.
Okay. Seems like he kind of left off on page 3.
Well, I had a couple on page 2 I wanted
Okay.
clarification on. I just didn't want to interrupt trustee Bonnie. I have a question on page 2 with motor vehicle repair, motor vehicle rental, and motor vehicle sales being special use in 3B. I guess my concern is the intent of that. I'm envisioning a big car sales place there. Is that what the intent? I don't know if we have enough space in that area, the way you plan it. So 3B, you have, what,
Yeah.
commercial, retail,
Okay.
office, and civic, and residential.
Yeah. So the intent there, and I think we can add some additional clarification there, was to provide for, like golf cart sales or something smaller like that. That was the intent.
Okay, because it's not clear,
It wasn't intended to be a car dealership in 3B.
okay, if we could
Can we
can
just
re-
add additional language in here?
yeah.
Okay, we can add the restriction to 3B that it cannot be, or we can either limit it to what it is, but we don't know if there might be some other smaller vehicle, or we can just say dealerships are restricted.
Well,
How do you want to?
So I don't think
Handle
that we as a village, I don't want to speak for everyone, want to limit
Correct.
any dealership sales with the amount of sales tax that comes from that, but
No, I understand. I just don't know if that's the spot where we want a car dealership. If
Agreed.
that's where we're looking for a town center, you know.
agreed. Go ahead.
One of the uses that staff had brought up that was a potential there that might be a good fit is like a Tesla or a Rivian, where they don't typically even have cars on the lot. It's more of like would look like more of a retail store that you would go into, or an Apple store to buy a car. They don't have large car lots, maybe just restricting the size of the car lot, or not allow a car lot in 3B. But certain other things like that could be welcome.
That might be the better, that's probably the better
The lot.
approach, is to restrict the lot.
Restrict the lot. Okay.
How about just pulling it out of 3A? The motor
We could pull
vehicle
it out.
sales one. And that way
3A
we
is the town center area, that's the walkable area, and we don't
Don't necessarily need it there, right?
need it there. no.
Yeah, so if we just took it out of 3A, is that?
Motor vehicle.
It was a special use, I think, yes.
My
Yeah, it was a
main-
special
my
use
main
anyway,
concern-
but we can restrict it.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, just with it in the 3B, my concern is with the motor vehicle repair and the rental and the sales in there, I envisioned a retail, car sale place that has a big car lot that has cars coming in and they got their maintenance and everything, and I did not think that was the ideal place for that. So, if special use allows us to look at that and say that's not a good fit, if it's too large, or do we need to put other language in there, or
What are the different classes that you have down there? You have repair class 1 through 4.
That's how it's listed in the code, so that comes directly out of the code, we can pull that up.
Do we know? Yeah.
Dan,
Class
are you
1
able
is
to
a
pull that
business
up?
engaged in auto service activities, including but not limited to oil and fuel changes, engine and cabin filter changes, audio system installation and repair, and car alarms. 2 is auto maintenance activities, including not limited to battery changing and replacement, changing tires, rims, wheel balancing, alignment, heating, air conditioning work, engine coolant systems, radiators, muffler replacement, brakes, spark plugs replacement, pumps, belts, hoses, shocks, emission control services, exhaust system repair, tune and lube. 3 is business engaged in auto repair activities, including not limited to engine rebuilding, chassis repairs, body painting, body work, undercoating of body chassis, transmission repair, drivetrain repair, engine overhauling requiring removal of the cylinder head or crankshaft pan, recapping or treading of tires, upholstery, steam cleaning, and similar activities. And also available, everything that is above. 4, a place where repair work is done on the owned fleet of the motor vehicles of a single commercial or industrial establishment or government agency.
well, I'm also looking at that's residential area as well, there. Would this allow, somebody who's doing all that car repair stuff, then to have residential above?
Well, if we had 1 and 2 only, class 1 and 2, basically it'd be like a Midas or a
Jiffy Lube?
Jiffy Lube, but not like an engine rebuilder and.
Look at, yeah.
Yeah, we can put a restriction in for, it's a special use anyway, but we can restrict the special use to class 1 and 2.
Okay. Did you hear that, Laura?
Is that what you all would like to do?
Yeah, yes.
Does it make more sense maybe to split them out and only allow 1 and 2 in 3, and then 4 and 5 should only be in area 4 and area 5? Does that maybe make more sense to split out each individual one instead of having them just clumped?
I think,
I'm thinking 1 and 2 only in 3B, if that. 1 and 2 in 3B, and then the other ones in 4 and 5, I have no problem with.
So
maybe if you
We can
divide
add
it into
the rows, yep.
So I think just splitting them out instead of one column kind of accomplishes your goal?
If you do 2 of them, you do classes 1 and 2,
Okay.
and then classes
and then 1 through
3
4.
through 3, 4, and 5.
Well, I think you would still let 1 through 4, what is in here now, motor vehicle repair 1 through 4, I think you're
That would create
saying
an
you're allowing
ambiguity.
all of them.
That
Yeah.
would create an ambiguity we don't want. Because you would have class 1 and 2 in 2 different spots.
Okay,
Yep, we can do that.
okay.
Thank you.
Heidi?
For restaurants and live entertainment or dancing, Do we have any restrictions with 3A? It's permitted right now, oh, I'm sorry, it's permitted right now with 3A. I'm just concerned about the residential, but I guess 3A is the village hall
It's
and
the-
civic area.
What does the code say for hours? Do we have anything in the code about hours for that?
That was my question on
Has to
that.
follow the ordinance. Yeah, that, again, is activating that town center area. So we think live entertainment, dancing, restaurants, all of that would be appropriate at that location. It's the goal is to sort of activate that area and encourage the walkability.
Well, our noise ordinance is still going to apply. So that's how we mitigate.
Yeah, is the noise ordinance separate from your zoning, or is that's a separate section in your ordinance overall, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're not modifying anything in those ordinances. So that would apply.
I had. So, fire station and facilities on page 4, we're not permitting it in area 1 at all, not even for special use, in case the fire department needs it. I, in general, would want it as special use in all of them, depending on if they need it there or not. I mean, they would know best if they need it. I don't want to.
Heidi, the Fire Protection District has told us that they are planning on moving forward with their property on Denny Road.
Okay.
So I don't assume that they would put another fire
Okay,
station in
all
such
right.
close proximity.
That's what I wanted to
Yeah.
know why that was not
And-
included.
And Elburn Countryside has land they own farther north on 47, south of Maine.
You have, on page 4 as well, active adult permitted in 5. I'm sorry, active adult is permitted in area 5, which is commercial, retail, office, civic, and residential. Active adult, is that active adult living, like over 50, or?
The multifamily active adult in Unit 5 could be like an independent senior living type of a facility.
Could be
is
like
what that
Chelsea Meadows.
Yeah.
So that would be area 5, okay. That's what I wanted to get an idea what that was.
Yeah, but that's north of the interchange, the commercial area that's along the Route 47 frontage.
Okay.
And then you have a model home allowed in 5. That's for the active adult,
Yes.
so, okay. I was just curious why senior independent housing wasn't allowed in 3A. Is that because it's single-family attached, so you don't want any townhomes in 3A?
3A will have townhomes along the eastern side of the park. We're contemplating, no, on that side, the south side 40. I think it's roughly 40 on the south side. It's 70 in total in Area 3, the south of Denny Road along the east side of the park. It's somewhere around 35 to 40 townhome units that we're anticipating there. Those could be, those are going to be conventional townhome units, so they're not going to be restricted at all from a senior living standpoint, and it wouldn't be independent housing. We're also allowing for the potential of having multifamily dwellings above the commercial retail in that town center area as well, but no senior independent housing if I've stated that correctly. Okay. 'Cause I can't see it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Anything else on this page?
I think the civic building, 2. So a civic building is permitted in zone 2, which is residential. What kind of civic building were you looking at? Is that? That's on page 4. Yeah.
Hold on just one second. All right. So that's defined as a potential community center that could be a public or private building. So we could have some sort of community building within the active adult or the conventional areas, and that's what that would cover. Isn't that separate?
So just like similar to
I'm sorry,
Presbyterian, their community
Hold on
building.
just a second, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Did I read- Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, I apologize, I misspoke. So we actually have that provided for here as well. So I suppose that would be if the village doesn't have a need for a civic building and we don't contemplate a civic building in that area, we could take it out. Just provides for that possibility.
Or you could create it as with an asterisk that said
Or
for
a
municipal.
special use or-
Special
You
use,
make
but
it a
for
special
municipal
use.
purposes or
Sure.
owned by government. I don't know if you even need it there, but I think, again, it provides for flexibility and says the developer comes in and shifts the plan at all. A civic building could be used. Park district, maybe?
We can make it a
As a-
special, yeah, that's fine.
You're fine with special, Heidi?
Special is fine.
Okay. Why is there?
For the police, oh, sorry.
I think it might be, a civic building could also be considered a place of worship, which is why it might be included in 2. I'm
Can you
sorry.
say that again, Scott?
Look, it could be considered also a place of worship, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
Oh, we
already
did have that
specified.
defined separately.
It's
yeah.
separate as well? Okay, my
Yeah.
apologies.
Okay.
The police station and facilities is only in 4 and 5. Have we checked to see if, with all the additional stuff, if we need any in 3A or 3B? We're just completely eliminating that option? Do we know if that's something that would be needed anytime? I'm just trying to figure
Yeah.
out if we need it. I'm trying to look down in the future.
Right.
If we have a whole bunch of activity or something, it would be better to have some kind of, I don't know, would we want something where the police can have a small little, station? I don't know. But with this saying it's not allowed and we can't modify it, I'm just trying to
I
look in
think
the
adding it
future.
would be good, and just when we build Village Hall there, potentially, that if we do have police there, I think we're going to want to have potentially a remote office or whatever, where they can come in and write a report or what have you. So having that flexibility, I think, it would be good.
Is it,
Huh?
for the village hall, is it restricted if we don't, that you can't have police facilities in there if we don't provide for it here? Is that what I'm hearing? That you can't have an office in village hall? Okay. So we can make-
So we'd add it as a permitted use in 3A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the most
Permitted
likely
in-
location. I think we'd want to have
Yeah, I agree with that.
an area, like a temporary office that the police officers could use, or if they were all the way over there and they needed to write a report or whatever they needed.
Sure. So how would you like it reflected in 3A and 3B?
Permitted in 3A?
Just keep it out of 3B.
Yeah, as long as we have it in one of those. So,
All right.
yeah.
We're good with that?
Okay, trustee Lundy? Continuing through your table?
I have, yeah. I think that's, I think the calls is that in here? One more. Sorry.
You're okay. We're just going to give everybody a heads up. We're going to get through the use table with the entire board, and then we'll take a 15-minute recess so everybody can stretch their legs and use the restroom.
I had a question on banquet halls, and it looks like we allow them 4 and 5. My concern is how close they might be to existing residential in area 5. Do we have a setback or 4? It's 600 feet.
That's what our current residence, or our current code has.
Is for a resident, when it's up against residential,
Yeah, it's got to be 600 feet.
600 feet? Okay. I think that's all I had for, until we get to accessory structures.
Okay. Trustee White.
Thank you. Page 2, home improvement center including lumberyard. You have it as a special use in 3A. The definition requires a wall be built around the lumberyard if there is one. So I don't know that we would definitely, or that we would necessarily want that at all in 3A. So I would rather see it out of 3A, and then in 3B, add the asterisk. So on page 7, item 9, it
Yeah.
tells you what you need for a home improvement center with a lumberyard.
So we're showing it, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the comment. We're showing it as special use in both. Are you saying you want it restricted, or are you wanting additional standards?
I'd like it out of 3A, because I can't imagine
Okay.
us wanting to put up a home improvement center with a wall around in 3A,
Okay.
our civic
Yep.
area. And then the special use is in 3B, but I think we have to add the asterisk there too.
Okay, got it.
We dealt with that.
What about like a Ace Hardware going, is that considered a home improvement center?
But not with the lumberyard.
They have their planning in that, is that, and I'm just asking, but where they hold the plants and miscellaneous material, that outside storage, is that?
Yeah, I don't think it should be in 3A, because it has to have a wall around it if they do that.
Okay.
I mean, 3B, it could be a special use, or then permitted in 3 or 4 and 5.
Okay.
Do you think they should allow that in 3A?
I just, everybody likes Ace Hardware, I'm not sure another one would locate there, but I would not like to, I would like to keep the ability to put an Ace or a hardware store in that area.
In the town center part of it?
I'm not, yeah.
I think
You make a valid point, so.
It's the
I'm not-
lumberyard, the
yeah.
part that bothers me, yeah.
Yeah. So you can go ahead, we can eliminate.
I'm wondering, we think that might potentially fall under general retail. We're looking
What,
at
the
that.
Ace
And
would?
Ace Hardware, yeah.
Okay. For the motor vehicle fuel station, my understanding was also we weren't going to allow a lounge in there. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Not going to allow a lounge
In a fueling
in
station?
the fueling station?
Yeah, we
Because we
can.
wanted to discourage, of course, overnight parking.
Yeah,
and
we
things
had
like that.
contemplated that. We can add that as an additional
Okay.
restriction, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
Okay, I'm okay with that one.
That's good. That's good
That
comment.
we dealt with. My understanding is we took heavy manufacturing out on
Yes.
page 3, and then I'd like to see recycling facility out.
Yep, I
Is
think we made both of those special uses at the request of the Plan Commission.
I'd like to see the heavy manufacturing out and the recycling facility out, because if I'm thinking about what conditions I want to put on a recycling facility, and it would be for either odor or it would be for garbage, and if I have to put up like a garbage fence around it, I don't think that's something we're going to want to see anyway.
I think those are enclosed facilities, but I'm open to how the board would like to approach it.
I think the
I
other
couldn't
thing
hear what you
too,
said.
for anybody that received, Jeff Kiker, who is our House representative, State House Representative, he did put a mailer out with the problems that they're experiencing on 64 with recycling trucks and blowing debris, and they're creating legislation where you're pulling into it, when you go and you do your final dump, you have to wash your wheel wells, because of the problem. So obviously, it exists not too far from this property. Blowing garbage in the wintertime, especially when there's, no one out there picking up garbage, is a problem, certainly on 47. I don't think anybody wants to add to it.
Okay, so we'll change it from special use to restricted.
Well, actually, you have it as a
That's-
permitted use, but,
Oh, the Plan Commission requested that it
okay.
be special use, so we changed heavy manufacturing and recycling both to special use.
okay.
But I think what I'm hearing from the board is that on both of those, is it both of those uses that you would like restricted? Or do you want to keep heavy manufacturing as a special use? They have to come back before the board and restrict recycling.
I think we want it out. Yeah,
Go ahead, Sherman.
both of them, thank you.
Correct.
You all right with that?
Yeah. I think a lot of it
Right.
has to do, too, with the concern with outside the building, but I know we've addressed that in some of the language, too. So I think that the idea is, the consensus from the board is that they would like it removed.
For both of them, okay?
Yes.
On page 4, residential uses, you have home occupation as a permitted use. I think we need to take it out of there because it's also considered an accessory use in the districts. And I don't want to see somebody just build a house and just run a business out of it and not make it a residence.
We did have significant restrictions with that. That one, we were following the code. What
Yeah, I
is
was
it?
going to say, we have it in the code.
Well, we probably need to change our code.
Okay, probably.
Oh,
What, you said you're on page 4?
Okay.
I'm on
I
page
got it.
4, yeah, under.
Yep.
Oh, home
We
occupation.
follow you. Well, it's in both places. We
It'd still
spent a
be
lot of time
allowed.
putting
It
standards
just can't be the
in.
primary.
Yep, we
use.
agree, yep.
Okay.
Um,
You got that? Okay.
You have
So it's in the code.
multifamily dwellings, it has the asterisk. And for senior independent housing, you have multifamily dwellings, but you don't have the asterisk. I think we need to add the asterisk to that one.
Yes. If the asterisk is, if that pertains to the cap?
No,
What does that
I think it
pertain
pertains
to?
to if you have a certain number, you have to have the clubhouse and that.
They may not construct a clubhouse and a pool for a senior independent living facility. What we were driving there was ensuring specific multifamily development with the pool requirement.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Okay.
Under civic uses, church, temple, mosque, et cetera, you have an asterisk, but I don't see a cross-reference to that.
We'll double check that. We're looking now.
We can come up with something for
Okay.
that. Okay.
We'll take off the asterisks if you're okay with it being permitted in all those areas.
We want the size, I think.
Or if there are additional standards that the board would like to recommend to us, we're happy to incorporate those as well.
On that and wide range of
Yeah,
traffic involved.
yeah, the traffic is the bigger issue, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I would think there would need to be special to get an idea of what the traffic flow would be. Sorry.
Special, everybody?
I think
Concern
so.
is,
So
We couldn't hear what.
So she was saying that the concern with the houses of worship, is a traffic issue. So we're wondering if maybe we should make it special so that we can,
Well, that's what I was getting at with my questions earlier. Those were
Got it.
single events that would draw larger crowds potentially.
got it. So maybe we can do that as specials then. Laura, we have a
Special.
problem with that?
Houses of worship?
Houses of worship,
Yeah,
special
that was
use
something
across
that
the
just
board?
crossed my mind, so I think we'd want to look into that.
Okay.
okay.
If we can, we'd like to do it
So
as
we'll hold
special.
on that.
Yeah.
Are we getting back to them, or are you creating special use? What do you? Okay, okay. We're going to get back to you on that one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we can't do special, we might want to add the conditions.
Yeah, I think we want to,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay?
We'll note that you'll respond back with some additional standards.
All right, let me see what I have a note here for page 9. Cross-reference to trade school. Oh, I see why, because we need an asterisk added to the trade school items on page 5, because you do have conditions for it.
Okay, thank you. Trade school.
That's all I have for use tables.
And the asterisk was everywhere, Jamie, on that trade school, across all zones? You got it? Okay.
How many acres is Area 3B?
Pull it up.
Jamie, I'm sorry, are you done with the table? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're pulling that up.
My concern is the retail is not going to develop there due to being surrounded by a state residential, a community college, and forest preserve. And I think there is a trigger that after 8 years, that can convert to residential.
Yeah, so we have a total of an estimated commercial area, 475,000 square feet. So we're going to be focused on getting the commercial up at the interchange area, commercial at the town center area in Area 3A, which is the area that's south of Denny Road. That is the walkable, pedestrian-oriented area. And then 3B would have other types of commercial uses. The concern that we had there, we also have townhomes in 3A and 3B along the eastern boundary of those areas to help activate them. But the concern is that 475,000 square feet, if for whatever reason we determine that it's not absorbable in 8 years' time, we have the ability to flex it to additional townhome units in Area 3B.
So then what happens to all these permitted uses if it does flex to residential? Is there?
It just follows the residential uses for that area.
And
They're
all those
townhomes that are
permitted-
provided for, the standards, the bulk standards are provided for in Area 3.
And all the permitted uses would go away?
Well, we would be building townhomes, so there would be no other use, because we made the determination that those uses aren't supportable at that location.
Oh.
So we would convert it to 100% residential in Area 3B.
Do you believe we should state that somewhere so that we don't have a hodgepodge of some businesses and then a lot of residential?
No, they already, it says that they're only going to be allowed to do additional townhomes. I think, you think you'd fill that whole 3B with those, what is it, 75 townhomes?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't look that large. And then 3A, by committing to all these uses, we're not committing to the village hall going in 3A through this process. That'll come back for a later discussion.
They're committing in the RDA to donate acreage in 3A to the village, contemplated for that. That would have to come back to the village board to vote on and decide to spend the money in that location. It's also reserved for civic uses. If you're going to have an activated area like that for the community and outdoor concerts and things like that, whether it be the park district might want to do something in the future, I think it's an important area to have civic space allocated. So they are donating 2 acres to the village.
Oh, okay.
But the decision comes back to the village board on what they do with the village hall.
Just for the record, I'm opposed to the village hall or village hall going up into Area 3A. And I don't think that 3B is going to develop as retail, and I think it should be just planned residential.
We do have about, I want to say it's 30 to 35 residential units planned in 3B. So it is a mixed-use area as currently contemplated.
Okay, any use table?
The intent there is walkable area between retail and residential that may or may not be marketable. So I appreciate the get out of jail free card that they've got if after 8 years they can't find anything.
if we're going to talk about this now, I don't agree with it. I think that it ought to be based on occupancy permits, because we're not going to get commercial until we have density. And if we load up the area around it with density, I want to be able to have that available if we have commercial users, because we are figuring it in as commercial on our financials and everything. So I'd rather see us, that we have to have like 80% occupancy in area 2 before we can convert 3B to residential. And that's been my position since the start when we first talked about it on.
Do you want to address
So
that?
it would be 8 years or 70% occupancy,
I think it's I want the longer.
whichever is longest.
I think his biggest fear, obviously, is
I'd support that.
the thought process is you need the residents to get the commercial. The village wants the commercial. You start building out area 2, some strange thing happens, and we have another '08, let's say, and then the years lapse that you could go back to 3B, and you could have a developer that is a townhome developer wants to go in that area and buy. Jamie's point is, area 2, with the density you're creating, would support at full build, likely, and I'll have Michael weigh in on this. Michael, I don't know if you want to add in on this, but would support the commercial in the 3B area and doesn't want it necessarily tied to years.
So I think I heard Trustee Shomas suggest this, and I think that was a good alternative. What if we looked at the later of that percent occupancy in area 2 or 8 years? So if we hit 70% occupancy in year 6 or 80% occupancy in year 6, we're still trying to sell that commercial. We're not getting any traction. We have more than enough commercial to absorb within the project outside that area. Would that trigger work? It's a later of. And that way, if the other one, if it comes in slower, if it's 10 years before we hit 80%.
Yeah, I think the trigger problem, though, is the years based on when that property is actually viable for development. So you have however long it's going to take for you to get access at 47. You're saying permits can take anywhere from 18 to 2 years.
Yep.
So that's 2 years eaten of 8. So now in that theory, we have 6 years to drive commercial, having just acquired access rights on 47. I think it's going to take that access to enable to build out area 2 appropriately. Now we really, like I said, we're down to 6 years. And the commercial, when we talk about it, and I know when I talk about it internally with Michael, he's hopeful. I don't want to put words in his mouth. That's why I said, Michael, I'm going to come to you. But is a small grocer. Like if you're driving that many residents up there, we use the example of a Trader Joe's or a Whole Foods or something like that. It's a smaller, kind of like an Aldi-sized grocer that would be appropriate up there for that walkability for people to be able to walk to the grocery store. I would just hate to have that given up in such a short window when your access could take 2 years.
But she's saying that she's okay with making it the later of the 80% or 8 years. So I think that's.
Yeah, but what if the 80% is?
Year 10.
My brain is, okay,
Then at the 80% is year 10.
okay,
And we're
Then
still
then
not
it's
able to
10 years.
backfill the commercial. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. Because we have you full built out in 13.
And I actually, your point is well taken. I'm actually hopeful that we'll get that Trader Joe's or the type of grocer in Area 3A, because we've got a parcel that would be best suited for that type of use in 3A.
3A or 3B?
3A. If you
Okay.
pull up the detailed plan, I'm not sure if you can see the
That's
buildings
okay.
on it. Yeah,
We don't need it.
it might not be
We
on
can
the
just move
plan,
along.
but in 3A, it's along Route 47. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Sean's done with uses? Okay, we're going to take, no, you guys hit them all, and I hit them before, so we're good. We're going to take a 15-minute recess and reconvene at 9:35. Thank you. We could get the trustees to come back up. Who are we missing? Oh, we got him. Got him? Got him. Tracy, we're adjourning from recess at 9:42. If you can just do roll call, please.
President Conan,
Here.
Trustee Heron,
He's here. He said it. I don't know if you heard it. Sorry.
Trustee Bonnie,
Here.
Trustee Shomas,
Here.
Trustee Michaels,
Here.
Trustee White,
Here.
Trustee Lendy.
Here. Thank you. We still have a quorum. Okay, we are left off, we went through the use table. I'm just looking, we know we closed up a couple nights ago at around 11:30, and anticipating that we might be in that situation again as we have several documents to get through. The consensus of the board is that the majority of the board is available next week between Tuesday and Thursday. I know Trustee Michaels said he's not available, so I want Trustee Michaels to be able to get through his PDD concerns and annexation concerns if he's not going to be available next week. So I will defer to you to start us off. On page 6 is where we left after the use table.
Let's see, entertainment and gathering venue, events over 200 people may only occur on Friday and Sundays, Saturday and Sundays. It's 3C. Oh, thank you, I forgot. Item 3C, under entertainment, gathering venue.
I think you're looking at an old
Yeah.
copy there.
Yeah, Scott
It's the one in the binder?
provided it.
Yeah.
I'll defer to somebody else at this time. I have two different documents. I got the one when the binders, before the binders first came out, and that's what I went through, not the one that's in our current binder.
Can I ask a quick clarification on this that somebody asked? With the entertainment and gathering venue, that does not include any kind of adult entertainment, is that correct?
That is not a permitted or special use. That is restricted. It's not even, I don't even think it's in our use table.
Just wanted to make sure it was
No, we
clarified.
appreciate that.
Okay. Does anybody else want to?
I can go into a couple of these if you don't mind.
Yes, I would like that, please.
For additional standards, number 2, beer and wine gardens, do we want to set a time limit on that, time restriction?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, page 6,
okay.
and this is the big binder. I question if we should have a time restriction on the beer and wine garden since there is going to be residential right around it.
Hey, Jamie, I think that's probably covered under liquor licensing and under noise ordinance.
Okay. And also in the, under 2D, second to last line there, you have the word in compliance as opposed to in space compliance.
Grammatical.
And 2 periods.
And 2 periods, yeah. On the page 7, fulfillment center and sorting facilities, I know we've got the square footage maximum on it. And to me, I think the theory behind having the cap, to me, is because of the amount of truck traffic that would be associated with that. But I include a cross-dock facility as that, because to me, a cross-dock is just simply moving from one truck to another. It's not really a warehousing. And so I'd like to include that in that cap.
Okay, yep, we can include that in the cap.
Thank you.
Jamie, if I may, the events over 200 people may occur only on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's item D above that. So it's 5D.
Yeah.
That would not allow Groovin' in the Grove to occur on a Thursday night, so I think that should be changed. I don't know if it's a special event or a planned event. Page 7.
Item D at the top.
Right at the top, item D.
Yeah.
They get a special.
Can we just add to that,
Well,
or
is
as otherwise permitted by the,
Danny, is that processed as a special event in the village?
Is Groovin' in the Grove?
Yes.
Yes, Groovin' in the Grove has to get a special event permit. So we could add that as a condition unless permitted as a special event with special event permit through the village.
Yep.
Yep, we'll add that.
Okay. I think it's easier to go page by page. Does anybody else have anything on 7? Okay, page 8. This gets into the motor vehicle repair shop, all classes. Anything marked in your notes? Page 9.
I have on page 9, we have 14 is multifamily residential, but we refer to it in the use table as multifamily dwellings. So we can correct that. Take out recycling facility as number 16, and then for number 17, single-family dwelling attached, because that's what it's shown in the use table.
Thank you. Anyone else on 9? Page 10.
Okay.
Keep going.
At the top, D, need a period at the end of D. Then, under the accessory structures, C, table of permitted accessory uses and structures, I think we need to add, like we did under the uses, that an accessory use, structure, or building not indicated by PORS is not allowed in that area.
Yep, we'll add that. Did you get that?
Okay. I know, Heidi, this is accessory structures. Did you have anything on page 10?
Trying to figure out what commercial outdoor display was exactly.
I'm pulling that up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was looking at commercial outdoor display. I did not see it as defined in the document.
Scott, are you looking up in the coordinates?
Danny, do you have that anywhere?
Let me see if it's in our code.
Under accessory uses.
I do not believe that is defined anywhere.
Okay, so then.
Can we get a definition on that?
Yep, we'll define it. I think we were contemplating it as, like, if you wanted to have some sort of outdoor event with display through the commercial retail area to encourage walkability or signage, that would accommodate those. So we'll come up with a definition.
I kind of envisioned it as like in front of the Jewel where they have
Plants.
the tables and.
You know, like a
plants and
sidewalk sale or
stuff.
something,
Yeah.
is kind of what we were thinking. Is that
Well,
what you're?
if it's, I mean, we
Yeah.
should define it if we can.
Yeah, we need
Yeah.
a definition
Yeah.
of it,
Yeah.
or.
It's also not defined in our code, so we'll work with, and come up with one that can go in both.
Yep. Okay, that would be great. So do you all want to recommend language then, or do you want us to come up with some language?
We'll recommend language and send it to you.
Okay.
Okay. Page 11?
Okay, so at the top, we have commercial outdoor storage. And I have a reference to, there is additional standards, so we need to add asterisk to that.
We'll add that.
And then I'd like to add to the recreational courts, unlit, that they be unlit.
I'm sorry, Jamie, can you speak a little closer to the mic? I didn't hear you.
I'm on page 11, sorry, page 11. I've got a note to make the recreational courts unlit.
I would note in the discussion we had with the Park District, lighting would be something that they would welcome, especially in the spring and fall. But they'd be happy with hours of when they automatically turn off, but they did say that is something that is, they would like to see. I did speak to Scott about that.
Okay, so when should we bring up the topic of lighting?
When we get there.
Okay.
So we can bring, so just for, as far as a lighting issue, I think that it makes sense to have it lit, but there's probably a time that they should be shut off.
Yeah, we have that
says-
in the PDD.
I think we
that
do,
You can
yeah.
light them from dusk
Yeah.
until 9 PM.
Okay.
On page 11 still, where we have fences, comma, walls, is that intended to be landscaping walls?
Yeah, it could be landscaping, it could be, just screening, for screening purposes of equipment.
Do we want to
How's
have
it
like a
defined?
privacy wall in a residential neighborhood? I'm thinking more like landscaping is okay, but I don't want to see a 4-foot wall.
I mean, if we have.
6-foot wall around somebody's house.
Yeah, she's pulling up the definitions just so that we're, my only thought in the residential area, we can add standards to address your concern, trustee White, is that we're going to want to enclose like, trash dumpsters and those kinds of things. So is it defined in there?
Okay.
So yeah, we can come up with some additional standards for that.
And the other one would be under kennels and kennel dog runs. It's a permitted use in 3B, and I don't know that,
I thought that we just took that out. This is a different table.
could take.
I thought that was removed, was it not, trustee Sani?
You were
No, that
thinking
was-
Oh,
like,
accessory,
that
I'm
was
sorry,
boarding.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So
Right,
this
right,
is,
right.
yeah, these are,
Right.
this is somebody putting up a fence in their backyard to hold the
Yeah.
dog in, I guess.
yeah,
Are
no,
we,
No in
in
3B.
3B, it would be like PetSmart, something like that, or a doggy daycare.
Kind of what they have up in St. Charles, next to the Aldi up there. They have a dog,
is there an outdoor area for
I
dogs there?
I don't,
They all have them.
Okay,
is that what it's called?
okay.
There's like 3 in a little area where they're all have, it's like a dog daycare or overnight, and they all have outdoor areas.
I'm just concerned with, keeping dogs in there all the time yapping, people
Yapping.
complaining about it. Especially a truck filled with dogs.
All right, so what are you advising, Jamie?
That's okay, we can keep it.
Okay. Anything else on page 11?
I have,
Okay?
I was just questioning the lighted recreation courts, why it was special use for area 4, but permitted for everything else?
That's a good question.
What the thought process was for that?
That's in the business park area. If the board would like us to change that to a permitted use, we're happy to do so.
I don't see why not.
You actually answered my question why I had unlit recreational courts, because we differentiate lighted ones.
Ah,
We did, yep.
so I just didn't know why it was special use. For the lighted recreation courts, when 4 permitted and everything else. It's a business park. But I think a lot of people would much rather have a lighted soccer field than a, distribution center.
I think it's easy, I think it's easy to change it to permitted. I don't think it hurts your use table at all.
Nope, you can make that a permitted use.
Right.
That's to control the bears when they come out at their stadium.
Okay. Anything else, Heidi, on page 11?
Yeah, question on the good old residential chicken keeping. I see it is permitted in 1, but not permitted in 2. Is that because you're anticipating that to be a very high dense area?
Okay, so we have it as a village ordinance, but you have to get a permit for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? And I believe, I have to imagine that you're going to have HOA governing rules that are going to
Yeah.
likely prevent this, like my HOA prevents this from happening, which, good, bad, or indifferent, usually the governing body is the HOA. So
We're not enamored with having chicken keeping in Area 1. It was already use that was typical in the village, was our understanding. And so at the request of staff, we retained that as a permitted use in that area.
Oh, I don't have a problem
So
with it in
I'm
area
totally
1.
good with,
they don't want it in general, but so they're allowing it in one
yeah.
because we allow it.
She wants to add it in 2.
Yeah, I was asking
wanna
why
add it
it's
to
not in
2?
2.
Okay.
I raise chickens, sorry, I'm just curious why it's not in 2, if it's allowed in 1. But you don't like it in either one, but that explains
we're
that.
indifferent.
No, it's
Always
not
put it in
that.
the
They can put it
covenants.
in 2, but then they're likely going to discourage it through the HOA is what they're going to do. Or whoever buys the property, not you necessarily, but whoever that builder happens to be or developer.
Yeah, we'll
that-
create the guidelines for that area, and we would probably restrict it up in that area because the lots are going to be smaller.
And I think you should add to that single family, it has to be single family detached.
Yes, we will get that.
Thank you.
So what is the consensus on Area 2?
If you have single-family detached in area 2,
Yes.
then I think you should allow it if it's single-family attached.
So we'll
Detached.
Or I
add
mean
that with,
detached, single-family detached.
Then it'll be up to the HOA.
Yep,
to
single
regulate
family.
it if
You
they
can
want.
put it on your
HOA
use
if they want to
table.
regulate it.
Yeah. Okay.
okay, so we'll add a standard that says it's
Okay.
allowed.
We got a 2-minute break here. They're going to reset these in just
Do you
a
want me to
second. But the
hold
mic
off?
still works.
Yeah, it still works. And we'll add the additional standard that you can only have chicken keeping. It's only allowed for single-family detached homes.
Perfect. Heidi, is there anything else on page 11?
Oh, I'm sorry, I had a question on the dispensing cabinets, including ice, propane tanks, et cetera, being allowed in 1 and 2.
I think that was contemplated if there was a community building of some sort within the HOA, but I don't want to, that's my recollection.
Yeah,
So let me
that's
add to that
correct.
then. So on page 14, we have the number 5 dispensing cabinet and vending machine. I have a note that says it should not be permitted as an accessory use to a dwelling unit. So that way you can have it for community house or something, but just not, somebody can't take their house and just put a pop machine out front for the neighborhood.
Right.
Well, then that's Area 5.
So that's.
We
in-
only have an area, do we have any?
You have it permitted in
all of 'em.
all areas.
Got it. Okay, we got it.
So it just can't be can't be an accessory use to a dwelling unit.
Yeah, if it's a single-family residential dwelling, it cannot have the cabinet. Is that what? Because if multifamily development might have a vending machine.
And I'm not sure where this falls, but 11, you do mention like fuel and gas tanks and such. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this falls on page 11 or not, but I didn't see it. Car chargers, are you allowing those anywhere? Where are those located?
It's a good catch.
We intend to provide for charging stations. We can add that as an accessory use if it's not, since we didn't cover it
I
here.
did not see it in there, so
Yeah, we'll
I
add
would
it.
like to see that added.
Yep. And that'll be an accessory use that'll be permitted in areas 3, 4, and 5, but restricted in areas 1 and 2.
What about if you have multifamily?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry?
If you have multifamily, would you not want to provide a car charger or something in there?
So it would be areas 3 and 4 where we're contemplating the multifamily. So we would provide for it in areas 3, 4, and 5. And then potentially, we might want to provide for it at the community building in area 2,
Yes. Okay.
2 through 5.
Okay.
And then trustee White, did we address your last comment?
Well, my comment was to not allow it as an accessory use to a dwelling unit. So I think
Okay.
you would still be able to put it at an apartment complex
Okay,
if it were,
okay, perfect,
if that was the only restriction.
great.
Down on this end, you guys have anything else on 11? Okay. Page 12. Anyone have anything marked?
Do we have any kind of so we're allowed signs in areas 1 and 2 as a permitted use. Is there any restrictions on those? I mean, right now, our residential just allows like for sales or campaign signs, but
The way our code reads right now, it kind of breaks it down. But it pretty much restricts it to commercial in our regular code right now.
okay, so this doesn't,
Unless it's for land development or subdivisions.
right, so
Yeah.
do we have, how is the sign ordinance applicable to the PDD?
So if it's silent in the PDD, our sign ordinance will jump in, that's in our code.
Okay, so when we get to that part, we'll have to think about that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then, page 12, under solar garden energy systems, you have an asterisk at areas 1 and 2, but there's no reference, no cross-reference under
Yep,
the
we need to
additional
remove
standards.
those asterisks. I think they're carryovers. Yep.
And we don't address solar, so our ordinance will apply to that, right? Yeah,
Correct.
okay. So I think what are we just going to remove them? Or do we have standards, additional standards?
We're deferring to your standards, so they're special use.
Okay.
We don't have standards,
just take off
specific
the
standards, and
asterisk
so it would fall under
Okay.
yours, yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on page 12?
The wind turbines
We talked about that.
permitted and everything. Can you explain what is meant by wind turbines?
Jennifer?
We're open to restricting wind turbines or making them special uses. The permitted use was just in conversations with staff.
So there is some pretty interesting technology in the areas of small wind, as they call it, be it roof-mounted or field-mounted. that aren't the traditional that you might see out on a farm field, 70-plus feet in diameter, those sorts of things that are certainly much more on the artistic side, that if it's not permitted, I would suggest that we keep it special use there. I know we've talked about some developments in technology with respect to one of our earlier discussions regarding like a large tree-looking sculpture where the leaves on the end of each branch are small turbines, for example. Right, so there's a lot that's going on in the technology driver there, and I still think something should remain for it accordingly, especially if we've kind of changed our tune by way of solar as well.
So in our code, small wind energy systems shall be permitted in all zoning districts, subject to the following provisions, and there are several provisions. Would you like to?
I don't think there's any need to amend that for this. That would be my suggestion.
So follow our code as far as the restrictions for small wind energy systems?
That's fine. I just did not see it defined.
So you guys are going to pull that in then, with an asterisk on those?
Yeah, we're deferring to your code there. It is a permitted use in all areas, including residential, in your code currently. Would you still like us to make it a special use in residential areas in our PDD?
Didn't you just say that it has conditions to it?
If it's already existing as permitting, then I'm suggesting we maintain it as such throughout.
Just pull it from our code.
But Scott, you just said it has
No,
conditions attached to it
has
under our code.
conditions.
Yep,
Yes.
the small ones have conditions, so if it just would follow our code, then that's.
Yeah,
then
we're
that's-
silent on those, so it pulls in your code.
Okay. Okay. Anything else on 12? Okay, page 13.
3C, commercial outdoor dining areas shall be operated only during the regular business hours of the principal business. I think some businesses open up before noon or whatever to hold a special event. So I don't know how we regulate that.
Where are you at?
He's on 3C,
3C.
commercial outdoor dining.
Okay.
That they might not be open, that might not be their regular operating hours, but for a special event, they might open early or hold a private event outside.
So you want to make a starting time and an ending time?
Yeah, I don't know the solution. It's
Yeah,
just
I mean,
that
that's-
I don't want to prevent somebody from doing it.
We can add language that provides for that they would have to seek a special permit from the village. I don't know how you handle those types of events, Danny, typically.
Yeah.
That's an extra.
Yeah,
How
I
have you
think
handled
if we created just time parameters.
That's what's currently in your
Yeah,
code
I
right
would-
now, just to clarify.
Just the way it is?
Mm-hmm.
We got to change our code.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do there too, yeah.
So you
Okay,
thinking
so-
like a time? Like not, you know,
8 in the morning to 12 o'clock, I
I
don't
mean, do
know.
we want outdoor dining at midnight if it's going to be next to residential?
If it's, yeah,
I was asking if we want outdoor dining if it's going to be next to residential.
sure.
I mean, after a certain time, I mean.
In the- We don't need an answer tonight, just something to work on.
Yeah, something to think.
Okay, anything else on 13?
Yeah, under D, the, 1, accessory dwelling unit. We have, I think we changed it to be related by blood or marriage,
Mm-hmm.
and we had to the owner. What about to a tenant? So if I'm leasing a house,
I think we were going to pull in the language directly from your ordinance is what we agreed to do, and I believe that's what it says.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
They have to be by blood or by marriage. I believe is how it's worded. We'll work with the village on that language to make sure it's sufficient.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah.
If you've copied stuff directly from our code, and we find things that our code needs to be changed, we can't necessarily change it. So we have to go through all of these things with our code. Because if we find that we needed to add something to this in our code, you know.
I think you're reading this document for what it is, and then if there's language, no, if our code changes and we want to change our code, then we can do that. But
Right.
you're looking at this today and saying, are you okay with what's written as, additional standards? And they might mirror up to the code today, but then tomorrow you decide to change it. Well, they have, my understanding is then you're going to have what we decide on today. You're not grandfathered in unless you go for the minor change.
Basically, our code, we can change at any time that we feel need to. Their code, once we do it, it can't be changed for forever.
It's their zoning, right?
Yeah, so, which is, yeah. So, we have to make sure everything is exactly how we want and that we can foretell the future.
That's why we're going page by page.
You know, I mean, that's the same way there, yeah.
And
Yeah, the PUD from Jewel has uses in there that you might not love, but are part of the PUD.
PUD's a
It's part
different
of-
is a different animal a little bit.
Well, that's
Not
because
when it
it's
comes to
taking
the
a zoning
uses.
table.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on page 13? Okay, page 14.
For the home occupations, I'd like to add that they can't put out signage.
We can add that.
You guys all right
Yep.
with that?
Okay. Anything else on 14? Page 15.
Item 9, shipping containers. Does our current ordinance allow shipping containers?
We currently allow it as a temporary use for moving and storage purposes or when tied to a building permit.
I think it was contemplated in conversation that there's shipping containers trending and turning them into some business, not necessarily resident, but you could have a store that's modified out of a shipping container and it's trendy and different, and it was contemplated that that could be used for that.
Yeah, and on this one here, one of the changes that we've agreed to make is to add the word temporary in front of shipping container, because we do have in a separate area, we provided for it as President Conan just described, but then this one is intended to be temporary.
Okay. Anything else on 15?
I have a question on the performance standards for hazardous materials. Does this allow us, I think I know the answer, this doesn't allow us to adopt or update it based off of our information only if the state or federal government changes something? I'm concerned about there's something, that we don't know about right now. And in the next, so many years, we find out this is, causes cancer, and we want to change the use. And we might change our code before the federal government and everything comes up and puts it in the state statute or the federal government rules. But according to this, we would have to, that would wait for that. Even though our code would make it different, we might be able to change it quicker.
So our language in the agreement accounts for life safety issues, so that would be where it would be different. It doesn't say that here. This language is identical to the language in your ordinance. So we haven't changed anything, modified anything here, except for there's a table in here that talks about specifics of where certain types of materials can be stored within each area. And yes, if the state or federal government changes a code or a rule or prohibits a particular substance or material, we have to adhere to that. But if it's a life safety issue, the agreement provides for life safety.
So this agreement allows for life safety changing that maybe the state or the federal doesn't require it, or it only allows it if the state and federal?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question again?
I'm saying sometimes we might want to change our code before the state and federal government come out with a ruling or, change theirs. Sometimes we can work faster than they can in changing something that is a life safety issue with a hazardous material. And what I'm just trying to get clarity that the PDD, we would not be able to do that you would only change it when the state or the federal government changes it.
Well, I can't quote the specific section, but the annexation agreement agrees with you that life safety adopted by the village must be followed by us, even if it's not adopted by the federal.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So life safety, no matter what, in the annexation agreement says if we change something
That's
for
correct.
life safety, then you guys must
That's
change
correct.
for life safety as well.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted the clarity on.
Paragraph 4, I think the word needs to be farming and horticultural practices.
I'm sorry, are you going back?
Where are you at?
What page you on?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on page 16 regarding hazardous materials, but we're still just on the
Yep,
first
that's
part of
fine.
that?
Yeah, we were looking at 15, but go, yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, just paragraph 4, page 16 there. I'm guessing that's a typo.
We copied this directly from the village ordinance.
We have a
so-
typo in our ordinance.
So you might, yeah, I would note that.
I believe it's supposed to be farming and horticultural practice.
Oh, I see it. Okay,
I don't
was
plan
looking at
on
the beginning.
fanning and horticultural practice.
Yeah. We'll make the change to our document. You see it, it's down there.
Anything else on page 16? Oh, page 17.
I had a question on the chart. I was looking at our hazardous material performance standards, 11.424 from the village, and and then comparing it to this one, and it looks like 1 and 2 are residential areas, correct, that we have here in the PDD, and you're permitting 2 of the items that we don't allow in residential for uses involving combustible liquids in BU and PU. I'm looking at ours, we do not have it allowed in any residential in the village, and I'm just curious why. Here's our,
Yeah, no, I got that too.
you got that too? Yeah. So that was not copied directly from our code.
No, but this was provided to us by the village. So we can take a second look at this and make sure that whatever's permitted is appropriate for the given area.
Because I would think that the hazardous material would want to be at least matching our code, not allowing more than what our current code allows.
Yeah, we need to better understand what the thought process was behind that. We'll take a look at it.
Okay. Anything else on page 17? Page 18. wrote it. Find it in a different document. Anything on page, I'm sorry, 18? Nothing on 18?
I did have one thing.
You did?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's fine.
When we're talking, I guess it's G, fire and explosive hazards. Number 4, detonatable material should not be stored within 200 feet of a lot line in any industrial district, nor within 1,000 feet of any residential district. We have residents that are not in our district and not in Sugar Grove that would be within this area. So would it be any, could we make it to any existing resident, or residential area?
Well, we're deferring to the village on any changes to this. What would the village like us to do?
I mean, I don't want to put, if we're saying don't put it within 1,000 feet of any residential district in Sugar Grove, what about,
By leaving it open,
It doesn't
applies,
say
it'll
Sugar
also
Grove.
apply to the north.
it'll apply to the north?
Yeah. Because it doesn't say only the village of Sugar Grove.
That's right.
It's any residential district.
All right. And then all those homes would be, well, I know the subdivision would be residential, then the individual home would be residential.
That might be farm. Yeah.
So I would think anybody who's, you know,
Residential district.
resi-
Or
resident-
residents.
Or residents. I mean, this is explosive material.
Yeah.
I don't want, we need to
They're
protect.
neutral?
ev-
It's ours. It's our code, so she's saying they're neutral, it's our code. So how do you, what,
Yeah.
this is one of those ancient things.
I think
that probably
1,000
needs-
feet of any residence
Yeah.
Okay.
or residential district.
Well, it says residential district.
I think.
You want
if
to add residents though,
Yeah.
because there are some
residents. There are some areas that might not be.
standalone farms up there.
Okay.
That would have
Within
a
1,000
farm,
feet of any
farm
residence.
zoning, not
Just change out the
residential zoning.
district and put any residence. Okay.
I think we need to keep in residential district too, because
Mm-hmm.
we, you know, if they develop part of area 4 before residential in area 5, you
Okay.
can't.
So it'll say, within 1,000 feet of any residence or residential district.
Right.
Okay. So you're adding in residence. Okay. Anything else on 18? Nothing? The next page, 19.
I just, yeah, I just. Is the off-street parking, is that following our code?
There are some modifications there.
I would have liked to seen some kind of highlight to what the modifications were. It would be a lot easier if somebody could do that.
Are you pulling them? I'm sorry, is someone pulling them?
Do you want me to bring our code up?
Yes, please. Anything, I'm going to skip to 20 while she's looking that one up. Does anybody have anything on 20?
I think we can respond
Okay.
to that. So on the standards in the zoning, in terms of the distance from the buildings, those were new standards that we've added. And then C in that zoning ordinance is from your current ordinance, parking standards 111231 or 1112-3A.
On page 19, C, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So C is from our
C is from our code.
Yep.
code, and the new ones are A and B,
Yes.
all right?
Page 20? Anything on page 20?
I guess are these our codes as well? B through,
We're stuck on a question. On page 20, question is, are all the other parking multi-use on lot, is all of this pulled from our code? Or are there
E-
modifications made in here?
So E is a little slightly different from our code.
That's what I was going to say. Yep. So go ahead.
Go ahead. So our code states multiple uses on a lot where more than one use operates on a lot, the required number of parking spaces shall be a cumulative total of each separate use.
Because of the character of the town center area, we've added the ability to provide a collective parking plan that would replace those standards, but it would have to provide for 6 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of commercial area.
Okay.
Which is more than the general.
Anything else
F
on 20?
is new as well. I just
I'm
want to
sorry.
point that out.
Go ahead, Jennifer, I missed that.
I'm sorry, I was just going to point out the other differences. I believe F is an add as well. Common/shared parking shall be permitted for all non-residential uses. So that kind of is an addition to E in terms of calculating the spaces. And I think that might be it.
Okay. Okay, and then on page 21, you have the spaces table.
That matches our code.
Okay. The design of off-street parking facilities. Width of driveways, all that, does that match our code?
Yes, that all matches our code.
Is there going to be a need for any parking garages in any of the particular locations?
We don't
Does that
anticipate.
need to be called out or referenced?
We don't anticipate parking garages at this point.
22? Yeah, that's in our code too, isn't it?
So the modification is on that table. In your ordinance, we have different parallel parking standards in order to be able to accommodate the town center area. And it mimics, it better matches what we're doing along the town center area.
So our code requires parallel to be 23 feet by 10 feet wide.
And we're doing 23 feet by 8 feet in width for the parallel parking, with a drive aisle minimum of 12 feet in width.
Danny, what's our drive aisle?
12 feet minimum.
Okay. Danny, do you have an issue with the, or Brad, do you have an issue with the reduction in 2 feet? Michelle, not to put you on the spot? No? Okay.
That's what it is elsewhere as far as snow removal is concerned.
Brad, microphone, please.
It's gonna be unique in itself, but it'd be likely that everybody would close while we're doing it for the most part, like for cleanup.
Page 23?
I have a general question.
Sure.
We generally require landscape islands every 10 or 12 spaces in a parking lot. Is that anywhere in here?
We do have standards, but they are different. I believe we have it every 18 spaces that will provide a landscape island.
And what is ours, Jamie?
We require one every 12 spaces.
So I wonder if we can we,
Meet in the middle?
well, or just by area. Like for areas, like area 4, I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
But, area 3, and area 5, if it's adjacent to, 47, I think I'd rather see it at the 12.
Can we take a look at how that impacts the number of spaces in that location and
Yeah.
get back to the village on that?
Please.
Yes.
I just want to make sure before I commit to it that we can still accommodate the parking needs for the town center area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Danny, the table on 23, 24, 25,
24.
26? Do you have a question on 24?
24 for the gas station, we need to remove that one space per repair service bay. We're not doing service bays.
Yep, agreed.
And then at the top of that page, food and food store, let's take out 10,000 and put 1,000.
Oh, yeah. We got a couple of extra zeros there. And yeah, no worries.
Does this table differ?
That's what we were just discussing. I think the only time that there were modifications was if there was a use that wasn't defined. So this is out of your ordinance. We're looking
Yeah, I
now to
believe-
find, go ahead.
I believe for the most part, it's the same unless there is a use added.
And then you use comparable parking for that use?
Yes.
Yeah, we also, the other change from your ordinance is the indoor sports and recreation facilities. We did increase the parking requirements for that.
You said you increased it?
Yeah.
We did.
There's a question from Jen. I'm not on staff. Well, you just find that sometimes if your children happen to play indoor sports, basketball, volleyball, a lot of times they're industrial parks, and I can speak of the one I frequent in Elgin. and there's never enough parking. They're on the street, they're parking at other buildings on weekends, so we did ask that they increase the parking for recreational within an industrial park.
The thing that comes to my mind is someplace like a gymnastics studio or something, where parents are dropping off, picking up, and not staying. That kind of parking requirement would be kind of prohibitive for them.
I'm thinking, so I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm certainly thinking of a lot of those indoor, larger industrial buildings have tournaments, and there might be 20 courts inside, and parking is a major problem.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, if it's just I don't know what the right answer is.
Michelle, what have you experienced? Or is it no comment? Or no comment?
No comment.
Okay. I'm asking your outsider expertise, so I
Yeah.
apologize for that.
As a parent with kids that play, the sports complexes do require a decent amount of parking.
Thank you, Michelle.
So, although I will say, as a parent who had a kid in gymnastics, it was a drop-off and leave, and there was no need for more than 4 parking spaces.
At the whole place, right?
The whole place, yeah.
I think in that case, though, if it becomes an undue burden, that's something that, a user could come back and ask for a modification in their parking. So I think it's better to err on the side of extra parking for that use, and if there is somebody that wants to come back and ask for less, I think that's a case by case.
Yeah, I know, but the hard part for that is that when you go for a variance, you have to show that there's no alternative, and it's very hard to do. I have one right now. and
Okay.
It's like very difficult to do. So I don't know if we could just create a separate category for dance studios or dance school or something. Gymnastics, that don't hold events.
Would any of that fall under the fitness? And we can add those as definitions? Okay, so School of Performing Arts, I think, covers dance studio, but what about gymnastics?
I would put that in the same.
That's the
I
one that.
consider that a school as well.
I would
there's-
too.
As
I
long
would
as they don't,
consider
as
that-
long as they don't hold
Consider that
events,
as school?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know.
there are gymnastics.
And so what's the parking for that?
Which one is that under, you said?
Right.
Where did you have that under?
It's under civic. I don't know, it doesn't seem
Civic?
properly placed there.
No, it doesn't. It should be under, likely industrial.
The only other thing we could do is, we could add another line for those less traffic intensive, less parking intensive uses and carve those out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it, probably look to the village to provide us with a list of some of those to make sure that we've covered them.
I think Trustee White's point of no events, like
There we go.
where
Okay, that's
it's
how
an
we can do that,
indoor
yeah.
training maybe, or something along those lines, indoor sports school or something we can come up with, but they don't host events. Would
Okay.
limit the parking.
And then how many spaces?
Is your parking guy
Do you want to
here?
do 3 per 1,000 square
traffic guy here?
feet, 2?
You need a
Or
traffic
person?
engineer, do they specialize in parking?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say traffic guy. My apologies.
Traffic gal. No,
Traffic gal.
Rory Fansler with Kimley Horn. We can pull some industry standards based on event, non-event conditions and provide that to the village for review.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other concerns with the table? Okay, page 27. Bicycle parking facilities.
Yeah.
Is that all from our code, Danny?
I believe it is, but let me just verify that it's the same.
I think we might have reduced it for industrial. And then we've also had with location, we've provided for bicycle parking within the Village Green area.
Industrial is actually the same as what our code requires.
Oh, great. Maybe we switch it back. Okay.
Okay, yeah, this one. Does
Hang
anybody
on,
have?
sorry,
it?
I was looking at the wrong document.
Huh? We're on 28. Do I need to go back? Are you gonna? Okay. Loading area and loading docks?
Is that from our code?
Are these the highlighted, are these the changes? No, there are modifications here as well based on current standards in the industry.
Okay, so I guess this is the place to talk about this. You've referred to the area 4, similar to what's on Sullivan Road. Yet I think we have a berming size under the area 4 standards of 4 feet. And also during the public hearing, I saw that you again referred to that Sullivan Road area. One of the things that I noticed, because when I got this, I went out there, and I've been out there 3 or 4 times now, is that you cannot see a loading dock because of the berms. So they vary in height anywhere from 4 feet to, there was an area where they were probably a good 20 feet high. So I'm okay with having the standard, but I also want a provision that says, notwithstanding, that loading docks shall not be visible from a height of 4 feet from the center line of the road. And that would then allow you to adjust the berm. I'm okay with 4 feet in a lot of places, but I mean, if we can see the loading dock doors, then we're really not being consistent with that Sullivan Road area. That was the one thing that I noticed about that area that I think I appreciated the most. And the only place where you could see, or would have been able to see it, there was a very ugly wooden fence. And I don't want to see that either.
Okay, so I'm going to address a couple of items. So our language on page 28, first off, we can't have the buildings, the loading docks face CV Road. So all of the buildings are going to be perpendicular to CV Road.
Right?
And then with I-88, any docks that face I-88, they have to be completely concealed from public view by a berm that's not less than 8 feet or greater than 14 feet in height. And then that screening isn't required where the natural topography provides or trees provide for screening because there is significant screening that exists there today. In terms of the berming along CV Road, so we have topsoil on the site that we need to place. And our goal always is to lose that topsoil and berms, as much of it as we can. And so we're gonna make those berms as tall as we are able to make those. And we've asked for 2-to-1 slopes, which helps with achieving a good berm height. But we are gonna be somewhat restricted with existing grade along CV Road and then on the other side as well. So that can be somewhat of a limiting factor. So what we're asking for is a minimum height, but we're gonna exceed that anywhere that we can because we're gonna need to place topsoil somewhere.
And
And
as
that's
long as
pretty
I
typical.
can't see the loading docks as a result of that, I'm great with that, because I think that's what you've sold us
Right.
in the public hearing and at least in the discussions that have been had. So, I mean, if you drive down Sullivan, just right at that corner, what is that, Dart? That corner, they face, or DHL, yeah, they face, those loading docks face.
Indian Trail.
No, they
South.
face
South.
Orchard. They face Orchard,
Oh,
right? Yet there's a large berm that's about 8 feet high right on Sullivan up until you get to the edge of the building, and then it slopes down for the entrance. And that's consistent with a lot of the other areas that are out there. the facing of the dock, you still got the side view of it.
Yep.
So that's what I'm talking about.
So I think that we'll have to think about, because you're gonna have your driveway openings, right, for your, for the trucks to be able to enter and exit. And so where you have that, you're gonna see those docks. So I don't know that you can 100% screen those from view. I think you're gonna see them, just because you're gonna have these openings along CV Road. But at least the berming, we can make the berming as high as the grade will allow us to make it, and that's our intention.
Okay, but so there,
Yeah,
the berms influence where they put the entrances, because then it also, by having an increased drive area, you've got a better queuing, and you don't have trucks out on CV. So I think it would help accomplish those things. I would ask you to take another ride out on Sullivan
yeah.
and take a look at that, because I
I'll
think,
see how they accomplish, how they achieve the screening when when the building is perpendicular to the road. That's specifically what you're wanting us to take a look at.
well, because of the way you have it written here, I'm fine with it not, that you won't have them facing there.
Right, they won't.
But that is the other side of it, yes.
Yeah, so we'll have to think about how we can provide that additional screening that you'd like to see.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll definitely take a look at that and see if we can offer some additional standards. Next week.
While we're on screening, and I don't know where it's appropriate to even write this, so the West Side CV, where I would say Red Oak, and the residents that are on Red Oak in particular, if you pull to the stop sign on Red Oak, and you're looking to get to 47, and you're taking a left-hand turn there. As the south side is developed, can you provide significant screening? I know it's uphill, so there's going to be that, but provide screening with berming and plant material on that corner for visibility purposes from that street. And then also the detention that happens to be on that side of the road as well. Is there any way that, I know that's going to be the detention for that particular commercial area, but, rights for residents, if they so choose, to fish. It was a request of some residents up there, if that were to be developed, that they had some fishing access and some recreational amenity that they could potentially use.
So, you'd like to see a fishing dock?
Well, just that detention in general. I know
Yeah.
I don't know who said it. Maybe it was you, Jennifer, or someone said it when, birds are flying. They're the ones that are actually planting material in there, and fish are, populating. But it was a resident that did ask if that was available as, some amenity that could be created. And then also, when that detention is built, the other request was that the south side of the detention, talking about having a lot of extra material, would you be able to somehow berm the south side of the detention? It sounds like they get a lot of 88 noise, that it might buffer some noise from 88. So just while it's under construction and you're building that, to think of the residents on that road and create some sound wall with berming.
Okay, so we're looking for some additional
berming
along
landscape.
88.
Yeah.
We can take a look at that and see if, from a grade standpoint, if we can make that work. We do have a line of trees there that we were not intending to impact at that location.
Okay.
But we'll take a look at that and see if we can make that work. As I mentioned, we're going to have excess topsoil that we're going to have to lose. So as long as from a grading standpoint, we can make it work, we'll accommodate the request, but I just need to take a look at it.
Okay.
And then the additional berming, so that road, that is the access point into the commercial. And so to berm, you're going to have a driveway there.
So I'll have to ask Matt Anastasia, our finance director. We've had extensive conversations about new gas stations that get put in.
Where are we
Yeah.
talking about here?
Well, we're talking about berming, so I want to talk about
Where?
berming.
Where?
Oh, on the west side of CV. on the west side of CV.
CV West, okay.
CV West, Berming, Red Oak area from
north side of the road?
commercial. So it would be located on the south side of CV Road on the property that Crown owns, in Berming that corner. And then in that picture, I think, Heidi, you have detention, if, I'm just want to, yeah. So, and then creating from 88, from my understanding, is there's noise that comes from 88 at that corner. So if there's material that could be placed at that corner for some sound barrier.
Yeah, so Red Oak is where the access point into the commercial is anticipated to be.
So if there's an access point, though, you still should be able to berm. I mean, it's just it's a drive aisle in, but you still should be able to berm on either side, could you not?
We
Of the
could provide
access?
some berming along CV Road.
Screening. Yes.
Yeah, so that was one of the things, we need some kind of screening transition.
And then the forestry is there, and they say they're leaving that untouched, but from the rendering you see, then I know it's going to depend when they get on there, but if that low area on the lot is supposed to be detention, is to then create berming along the tollway as a sound barrier.
Yeah. I do agree. I think there should be berming along CV Road on the Crown property of some flavor, and I understand to prevent some of the sound from 88 along that area if they can.
I know, I'm sorry.
All right, I just wanted to confirm that there weren't going to be any IDOT issues with constructing a berm within 500 feet of Route 47. And I think what I'm told is we just have to demonstrate that there aren't any sightline issues associated with that. So as long as we can get that clear with IDOT, we can look at putting a berm in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead and put that in.
Anything else on 28?
What about the other areas that bump against residential in Area 5 on the east side of 47 there? Did you want any berms?
I think those are the berms that you're going to have on CV.
Yeah, we're going to have berms on CV on the other side, but along 47, we do need to maintain the visibility for the commercial to be successful and viable. So I would not recommend additional berming along Route 47.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about right there? Are we going to do anything with where Area 5 bumps up right up against an existing residence with any kind of screening?
That's currently anticipated to be a municipal site.
Which one are you talking about, Heidi? Can you lift your map? Right here?
Where the water tower is supposed to go. Or water tank, pardon me.
Yeah, that one, the middle one. It's phasing. You can click on the tab up on top there.
This one?
There you go. Area 5, yep, right there.
That's a high point.
And the other thing too, Heidi, after your comments the other night, I asked Danny, to pull our water treatment facility that's on Arbor Avenue. It's right next to a residential home, and it's beautiful. Our water treatment facility is beautiful, so I can't anticipate if we had a water treatment facility up there, it wouldn't look exactly like our existing water treatment facility down on Arbor Avenue, right next to a home, like the lots touch.
But
She could pull it up
that's
on-
a ground storage tank, and I think they're proposing it elevated.
No, it's a few grounds.
It's ground storage.
For water treatment. So that's the future site for water treatment, correct?
Yeah, this is not I'm sorry. This is not an elevated tank, right? It's ground storage, right?
No, this will be elevated.
Oh, it is elevated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, then I look to, I know it's a bigger size, but I look to the one in the center of town and also the one that's in Pressbury, surrounded by residents. I just didn't, I wanted to bring it up. I understand your concern,
No.
but they do exist around other homes. And I think
They-
I think the village is a good neighbor. I think we take very good care of our property.
Okay, so when I looked at it, and I immediately looked at it, and the response was, well, that's where the engineers say it's the best location.
Yeah.
No offense to engineers, but this is where sometimes the difference between an architect and an engineer comes in. The engineer looks at the numbers, that's the best place. An architect tends to go, what the heck? That's somebody's house, what are they looking, they're looking at? I try to put myself in all those different houses. And I wouldn't want to look at the water tower. It's not, I can't, would I have approved the water tower where they are right now? I probably would have said, don't put it right in the residential area. I have the opportunity to say, that's not the best place for an existing house that's there. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we have that opportunity to say, hey, can we move it? I mean, they're doing a lot of mass grading. They can get another high spot, It's an existing house. It's
Okay.
that was my concern, and that's why I was saying we got to look at being a good neighbor. If we're going to put this stuff there, we need to, shield it somehow. Put trees, landscaping, berm or something, I would think, against an existing residential lot.
I think there was berming planned, was there not?
That's what I'm asking, is are we planning on having berming there?
I think you're still going to see the water tower. I mean, you
The
might
water
not see-
tower is kind of a different issue. And I'm still, if we're doing it, start fresh right now, and
Okay.
are we saying this is the best place for it? Now's the opportunity to say, hey, can we move it?
All right, well, I didn't mean to open a can of worms on that item, but we'll let our engineers talk with you all, because I know that was a discussion point that was brought up on Tuesday evening. So we'll get back to that, but, what did he say? I don't know, okay. On page 28, there are additional items on page 28. Okay. 29. Dan, it's really going to be about, the standards and how does it potentially conflict with our code. And I don't know if you have any of that.
A matches our code.
Okay.
Design.
She's on design on page 29.
Design is different.
What do we have in our code?
It's a lot more detailed than what our code has.
Okay.
Are we on page 30?
We're on page 29.
Oh.
I guess it's a better question is this. Does any trustee have anything marked on 29? And then my question to Danny is, did you have any concerns with 29 as you read 29?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Okay. 30. Anything on page 30?
So 16, or excuse me, 6A is where we're going to look at, you're going to check your parking.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
You got that, Laura? Anything else on page 30? Page 31. Nothing on 31? 32.
Shipping containers as a primary accessory building structure. Well, under the uses, they're not allowed, so it's inconsistent. I understand what you're trying to accomplish there, but I think it'd have to be something that would have to come to us to approve the aesthetics of.
He's on B, 32B.
So perhaps we can do shipping containers as
We can provide some
subject
examples.
to
Yeah,
approval as a minor, which would
as
just
a
be.
minor change, that
It would
works.
just be plan commission and board.
Yep.
Okay, minor change on
Yep.
that. And it's
In
really
the
for
char-
aesthetics.
oh,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, in the chart above, do we want precast concrete for residential?
I think they're contemplating around the town center potentially, but
Correct.
What, I did not hear.
they're contemplating potentially that as a use around the town center. I know that you had a picture that was done, and I don't know if they used that in Indiana or not. Or where you can give us an example of something that has been applied where you would use a precast concrete.
We don't. We can find some examples.
Are you saying, Sean, that you just like it removed? Or
Yeah.
you want to see an example?
Have it removed or maybe add for multifamily, it's allowed, but not for single family.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
And then what about roof materials? Most of the village requires architectural shingles and metal roofs, but not 3-tab.
I'm sorry, which area are we in right now, looking at these standards,
I'm on page
Danny?
36.
Yeah.
Okay, so
This is
the general-
siding?
Okay, okay. Okay, the roofing materials are in the specific areas. That's what I was,
And there's nothing on roof materials, but I don't know if we need to add a,
Yeah, it's in
I think it's in the residential,
each of the areas.
is it? Okay.
yeah. I know that you made,
What is
I
it?
think it was brought up through the plan commission, the roof mounted mechanical equipment.
Yeah, it's got to
And
have
I have to
parapet
look at the
walls on
language
it.
again. Does it say screened from all views on that? Where is it? Roof mounted mechanical.
it's just
Well,
from,
I
screen
see-
from view from
I don't like that
adjacent
it-
property lines.
So I thought it came up during plan commission, but it says all roof-mounted equipment which extends 4 feet or greater above the roof plane shall be screened. And we don't want to see anything on the roof plane. So, I mean, you can drive, I make it my mission to drive around and see all these mechanicals on top of that. And there's sometimes, I think it was written somewhere that you would screen it from certain roads and then maybe have I think Casey's did it. I was the only person that brought it up as an issue, but Casey's had a inner screening that wasn't full parapet wall around. I think certainly on any industrial buildings, it needs to be full parapet. I think
This does say that. It says it's from any lot,
it says it from any lot.
from any.
But this says only once it goes above 4 feet.
That's from your ordinance.
Yeah, and I think we need to change that. So any equipment that extends above the roof plane should be screened from view.
Well, I kind of look at the bank, not American Heartland, First Secure. You know, it's got a gable roof on it.
Yeah. But that's the roof. This is talking about roof-mounted equipment.
It has vents and stuff coming through.
Well, I guess a vent. I'm thinking of an air conditioner unit sitting on top and cooling equipment sitting on a roof plane.
I think that might be the roof.
It's-
There's a lot that goes on a commercial roof. And if you're looking at just the air handling units and the condensing units and all of that, you can put a height that you want, but there's a lot of little stuff, and I don't want it to be caught that, okay, a vent that sticks up 2 feet that you're not gonna really see because it's not very wide or anything has to be screened, because you're gonna have those
Okay.
everywhere.
As long as everybody else is fine with that, I just wanted to bring it up.
If 4 feet's not that unusual, if you want to make it 3 feet, I can do that. What you might want to do is, if you want to put it somehow, because I've seen this in some codes, where it can't be seen from a certain distance while you're standing, you can just do a line from the eyesight to the roof. And so they'll set the equipment sometimes further back to avoid the sight line, if that's what you're trying to do. You can do a combination of sight line, or you can do, I mean, you can reduce it to, however far we want, but if you put it at just where the roof is, you've got a lot of small equipment that you honestly aren't going to notice because they're small on a commercial roof. And it also depends on how tall the building is. That's where that sight line comes in. Because if you got
I hear her, and I'm fine. I just don't know what the right language would be for that. I mean,
there's a lot of different language for that. We can look at it and try to find the one that best accomplishes.
I mean, we would prefer to be in keeping with the ordinance as opposed to putting a higher standard
That's fine.
in this case.
That's fine. As if you're saying it's fine, Heidi, I'm
Well,
not going to make
I mean,
an issue out of it. I just don't want to.
I mean, if it's a low building and it's, 4 feet high, then you are going to see it. So I'm trying to, maybe if it's the issue of being able to see it, then you can do a sight line requirement. I mean, I think we should probably look at it to see if we can accommodate it, but.
It would be something we would probably change in our code too, just so
Yeah.
you know, but we'll
note it as open.
Okay. Page 33? Unless, I'm sorry, did anybody have anything on 32 additional? Okay, 33?
Yeah, I've got an issue with the tree preservation.
Okay,
I don't agree with allowing street trees and lot trees to count towards the mitigation. I mean, those are something that they got to do.
And that's typically what we've done in other municipalities, is we've been able to count those towards the mitigation.
Yeah, I don't, that's not something I can agree to, I'm sorry. Because, you're going to have probably enough trees just as parkway trees to cover it. And that's something we're going to get anyway, or we should be at least.
How does this tree preservation section compare to our current ordinance?
Let me check.
It does.
It doesn't really define where they can, that, it doesn't say that, replacement trees shall be required in addition to any other landscaping that may be required by this title, except landscape screening. In this instance, replacement trees can be used to count towards screening between BP development and properties planned, zoned, or used for residential or institutional purposes.
So could we count the trees that are in the berms that are used for screening purposes towards the mitigation requirement, as well as any trees that we install around detention facilities and in parks? And then exclude the street trees? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I think you're including the berming trees as part of the buffer. You've got it on here already, so I think that is, I just don't think that, I mean, if you've got a subdivision and you're requiring, let's say, I know like in Oakhurst North or some of your other subdivisions, Thornwood, you required a certain percentage of the house cost to be in landscaping, and it was always included front trees, and every builder's got to put in their street trees anyway. So I don't want the lot trees or the street trees included in that number, but I think I'd love to see it in the buffer, quite honestly.
Okay. We'll do that. We'll take out lot trees from the, from counting towards the mitigation.
And street trees.
Yeah, street
Okay.
trees in residential areas and lot trees. Is that what we're, so any street tree, so it can be street trees, anything that's not provided in a park or for screening purposes, such as on a berm. Because we're going to have trees along CV Road, we would count those because they're for screening purposes. They're not street trees, they're in the berm. That we
Yeah,
would
those are
want
in
to
the
count
berm,
those
right?
towards the mitigation.
I don't think we're doing, Brad, we're not doing street trees in CV, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, we got it.
Right.
So lot trees and street trees, okay, sure. Street trees, okay. All right.
Sidewalk.
They're on the,
Almost like
they're on the,
Parkway trees, but not in the parkway, just on the interior side of the sidewalk.
yeah, the berm. They're on the berm.
I suppose I would say any trees in excess of the exhibit that you show. Because we have an exhibit with the landscaping along CV. So any trees in excess of what that exhibit shows, I would say yes, can count towards it, but not what's on the exhibit already.
Okay, those, we were hoping to count those. Those are the ones that are screening. We've provided additional trees in those berming areas to provide for screening.
I don't think those are additional. I mean, I think actually that was one of the other issues I had with that area was you've got them every 100 feet. I think our code is every 50.
They won't be spaced out like that. They're going to be clustered with other plant materials to provide for the screening. That's just how you calculate the number of
Right.
trees.
Right, but so the way you have it in there.
The way we've
it's-
calculated
it'd be
it.
fewer trees. And so I do want to see I want to see what you would have otherwise put in. And if these are extra trees that we're doing for extra screening, I'm good with that. But, so we've got that exhibit that shows the landscaping along CV. I don't want to count that because I think that's something, you have to do. But I would say if you're putting in extra trees there, then I think they would count towards it.
Okay, let us look at that and get back to you.
Okay,
Because I think
thank
we were going to
Yes,
count
support
those.
As a reference, though, Trustee Michaels, you may remember, I understand what was done with the Newman Homes subdivision where Sean and I live, that the village requirement for tree replacement was pretty aggressive. I don't remember what the verbiage was. I never read it. It was 20-some years ago. But I'm assuming we have that on record as a reference for comparison, because that was a pretty wooded area, is my understanding, when the houses ended up getting cut in that area.
Yeah, I can't remember what happened there, and sorry.
There's a
I
tree-
understand. I know it was a while ago, but the point is there should be some documented evidence of that somewhere in our records for what was done at that point in time.
Yeah, there was extensive tree inventory taken there, so some lots, I've dealt with it once or twice when they go to build on it, even though the trees are not marked properly anymore, we've had to go through the replacement requirements and map all that out. So there is language somewhere.
The point is I think it's in our best interest to keep this consistent with what we've done elsewhere.
Outdoor illumination.
I would like to see a night sky ordinance put in place. I know there was some back and forth on the height of light poles, and we proposed 25 feet. Developer or owner came back at 35 feet, but I think we really need to research this and endorse the night sky type lighting around these facilities.
It's funny you say that. Jamie's been working on that for,
Okay, so I went to, I have a nephew that lives in Flagstaff.
Oh.
And they have a naval observatory there. So they do have a night sky ordinance there. And so I went to their ordinance and essentially adopted it, I guess, is put it together into something that would fit our code. And I believe you guys have received a copy of it. We talked to Michael, asked him to check with some of the data centers and other users, and they indicated they wouldn't have a problem with it. And so it really does preserve night sky. That was something that was very important to me for the residents in Blackberry Creek, because that is one of the beauties of being up there, right? Is being able to sit out and watch the stars. And so to me, that's an important element, and I'm hoping that that's something that, and so with regard to the height of the poles, it doesn't matter as much when you get the night sky ordinance, because it's still gonna be directed downward, and so it would still give the, you know, the industrial users the what they need for the security lighting and for maneuvering, but still give the area, and it's really something I think we should adopt village-wide, quite frankly. And that was, when I was putting it together, that was the intent of it. So
I
I
don't know if
guess
you have any
I
comments on.
give it to you as to say, what do you think?
Yeah, so, you know, we like night sky provisions. We don't have a problem with that. We haven't completed our review of the night sky ordinance that you put together. So we need to finish our review in order to be able to opine on that. But I would say, generally speaking, we're on board with adopting night sky provisions as part of our ordinance, so. In terms of the pole heights, we did also speak with a data center developer and with the distribution developer as well. And what we've been told is 35 feet is the minimum height that you need for security purposes. But then with that, you can have those dark sky provisions that cast the light downward.
You're good? I think that's a win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, page 34. Anything on 34?
Well, all these, we'll revisit the outdoor illumination after the owner has a chance, Crown has a chance to look at things, so we'll come back to this.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these standards are from your ordinance, so yeah, I would expect some of it we're going to replace with the standards that were provided to us recently.
Okay. So, page 36, non-residential user signage. Any issues or things that you want to address?
How does it compare against our existing ordinance?
Danny, are you pulling that up?
It is the same as our existing ordinance, except for splitting the maximum display period into increments. We only allow two 30-day periods per calendar year.
I would think we would want to be consistent with any deltas with our existing ordinance, so.
I stand corrected. We do allow 15-day period or 12 separate 5-day periods. I did not believe that was in our code. It is in our code.
Okay, so it's consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Page 37?
Same thing here, right?
Right.
The wall signs along 88 is different. Wall signs facing all other public streets follows our code. Freestanding signs, the dimensions are added. That's not in our code. And I don't believe we address wall murals in our code.
That wall murals have administrative staff approval. I think specifically that was contemplated in the town center to have maybe the interior alleyway of a couple of buildings to have art on them, but obviously subject to review, what that might include. I don't think we want to exclude art. A lot of people do Instagram spots. It brings people to an area just to do that in general. So I think the idea of incorporating arts in the area is important. But right now, we do not have that in our code. But there is an overview, there is an oversight with staff approval.
What about the 45-foot tall marquee sign along I-88? When do we discuss that? Is that part of this, or is it's an exhibit? So.
It's an
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where the
Okay. Page 38. Okay. I think what we're going to do now is we are on page 38, area-specific standards. I think it's a good time to probably recess until a date certain. So let's see where I am in there. So I'm on D. I'm on D, 13D. Okay. So I'd ask the board, someone on the board, to make a motion to recess until August 27th, 2024, at 6 p.m., which is Tuesday. The location to be determined, but expected to be in this room or Village Bible, subject to room availability, and we'll confirm as soon as the room is secured. We will resume the meeting at 13D on the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee White and a second out of trustee Shomas. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Heron? Aye. Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee Lindy?
Aye.
Thank you, motion passes.